الاستشارة ب 1500 ريال، فخذوها الآن بلاش أحسن. طيب السؤال الأخير والأهم، السؤال الأخير والأهم، لو تحقق لي ما أريد هل سأكون سعيدا؟ الحاجة اللي أنا رسمتها والرسالة والرؤية وكل اللي سويته أنا، أبغى أسوي جامعة، سويت جامعة، حكون سعيد؟ لا، الإجابة بس على السؤال هذا، لو حققت ما أريد هل سأكون سعيد؟ لا، إحنا الآن نقول طبعا من ضمن اللي اشتغلت معاهم، اشتغلت في أكثر من 12 جامعة تخطيط وتطوير. أسأل السؤال تيجي بعدين بيحقق اللي وصل له يقول والله ماني سعيد. ليش؟ لأنه ما كان هذا الهدف الفعلي اللي يبغاه. أيوة، لذلك أنا أنصحك من الآن، الهدف العام من الدنيا هذه كلها إيش؟ السعادة. اللي يشتغل يبغى السعادة، واللي مدري حتى الحرامي يسرق يبغى السعادة، حتى الظالم يبغى السعادة. من في الدنيا هذه ما يبغى السعادة؟ نبحث عن المال من أجل السعادة، نبحث عن الرياضة من أجل السعادة، نبحث عن كذا من أجل السعادة. فهي مطلب أساسي، لازم نحقق هذه السعادة. تمام؟ كنت في مرة من المرات في الطائرة، فكان جنبي واحد فيسألني مين حضرتك؟ قلت له أنا فلان. قال لي أنا فرصة سعيدة، أنت سامي الأنصاري يقول لي تحلل الشخصية من خط اليد؟ قلت له أيوه. قال لي الله يرضى عليك أبغاك تحلل لي شخصيتي. قلت له اكتب اسمك ووقع وربي يقدرني. كتب كذا ووقع، قلت له عندك كذا وكذا وكذا وكذا. طالع فيا قال لي والله صحيح. طيب أبغاك ترسم لي أهداف. قلت له ممتاز، طيب ابشر نسوي كذا. وبدأت أسوي له تخطيط وسوي كذا وهذا رسالة وهذا رؤية وإيش عندك وكذا. يعني وصلنا لين قربنا على الهبوط. قلت له خلاص الآن بعدين نكمل. الرحلة جاية من فين؟ جايين من لندن على السعودية. وصلنا السعودية أعطيته كرتي وأعطاني كرته وخلصنا. ها؟ اللي ودك. أنا مبسوط كذا. أول ما وصلنا هنا اتصل علي قال لي أنا حجيك المركز وإلى آخره. قلت له الله يحييك. قال لي عشان نكمل. جاء المركز قالوا له تدفع استشارة. قال هذا صديق يعني قابلته في الطيارة. قالوا هذا الطيارة شيء ثاني وهنا شيء ثاني. فكلمه قال لي دكتور تخيل والله طلبوا مني فيز. قلت طيب طبيعي. قلت له لا الطيارة غير. هنا فاتح مكان، فاتح مركز، فاتح. فاستغلال الموقف مهم حتى تصل أهدافك. لا يجي واحد يقول لي يا أخي والله الحياة مصالح. هي مصالح. وأقول لكم الآن الحياة مصالح. لا تجي تقول لي والله الموقف. ورحلة من الرحلات فاكرين أيام انفلونزا الخنازير؟ طلعت جنب واحدة وحاطة كمامة وزعلانة والرحلة كلها تتأفأف. أوف 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 أوف. قلت لها يا بنتي الرحلة 6 ساعات، بالطريقة هذه حتصير 17 ساعة. سكت. قلت لها هذا كتاب من كتبي، اقرأي واعطيني رأيك. فتحت الكتاب جلست تقرأ. ما قرأت العنوان ولا شافت أي معلومة من الكاتب ولا مين اللي جالس جنبي هذا، ما تدري مين. فتحت الكتاب قرأت عجبها الكلام. قالت لي والله صراحة الكتاب مرة جميل. الكتاب حقي هذا عبارة عن ايش؟ رسائل صباحية كنت أرسلها الصباح لكل الموظفين عندي. خليت الكتاب سميته 10 صباح. فأخذت الكتاب تقول لي تصدق والله العظيم هذه زي الرسائل اللي كان يرسل لي هي الدكتور سامي الأنصاري. طالعت فيها ألطمها دي ولا ايش أقولها؟ طلعت فيها وابتسمت. قلت لها أنت تعرف الدكتور سامي الأنصاري؟ قلت ايوه كيف؟ أعرف. قلت لها تسلمي لي عليه. المهم جلسنا شويه جاء الاكل وما ادري ايش. قالت لي معلش ما تعرفت بحضرتك؟ قلت لها انا صاحب سامي الانصاري بس اشبهه بحياتي. الشاهد من الكلام هذا استغل الموقف. هي الادميه بعد هذا يوم عرفت ان انا قالت لي انا عندي الموضوع الفلاني والى اخره. حياتنا هذه كلها هذه المواقف هي اللي تصقلنا. هي اللي تخلينا فعلا نصل ولا لا. كم من واحد الآن مرت عليه فرص لكنه ما يعرف يستغلها، ما يعرف ياخذ الفرصة هذه عشان يحولها كذا إلى حاجة جميلة في حياته. يعني من الناس اللي تركوا بصمة قوية جدا جدا في حياة الدكتور أيوب الأيوب. في مرة من المرات كنا في رحلة رايحين سويسرا، قال لي عبارة جميلة، قال لي يا سامي كان عندي ملهم أمريكي اسمه ألين أوستن. ألين أوستن هذا يقول كل ما جيت أو عندي محاضرة أو عندي دورة أو عندي كذا أتصل عليه أقول له يا ألين، عليكم السلام، عندي الدورة الفلانية إيش تنصحني؟ قال له يا أيوب سوي كذا وكذا وكذا. كل مرة، في مرة من المرات يقول رايح جيبوتي، فاتصلت عليه قلت له عندي دورة عن التغيير في جيبوتي، إيش رأيك يا ألين؟ إيش تنصحني فيه؟ وقتي ولا إيش؟
لا
طيب نكمل. ايوه، فقال له يا ألين عندي برنامج في جيبوتي، ايش اسوي؟ قال له تسوي كذا وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا. انا اعطاله حاضر. يقول ايوب انا دائما بعد كل توجيه من ألين ارسل له الفلوس تحويل، فقلت له كم احول لك؟ قال له يا أيوب لا تحول لي ولا شيء. يقول أنا مستغرب إنه الراجل ذا حريص على الفلوس، عنده الفلوس مقدمة على أي شيء. قال له ما أبغى ولا شيء. فقال له ليش؟ قال له يا أيوب أنا وصلت قاربت 80، بكرة أموت، لو سألني الإله إيش سويت؟ إيش أجاوبه؟ يقول كنت قلت له إذا سألني الإله حقول له ساعدت في تغيير جيبوتي. هذا ألين. تخيل إحنا كم واحد أسأله الآن إذا سألك الإله إيش سويت؟ إيش هتقول له؟ كم من واحد ترك أثر في الحياة من الموجودين اللي هنا؟ اسأل نفسك هذا السؤال، إيش سويت؟ لذلك عشان أصنع مستقبل جميل لي أنا وللآخرين، هذه الأسئلة في حياتي مهمة. رسالة، رؤية، أهداف، تشخيص للواقع، هذه كلها مرة مهمة. طيب ممتاز، أنا وصلت إلى الهدف المعين أو وصلت إلى التارجت كذا أو إيش اللي نقص؟ إيش بعدها؟ إيش أسوي؟ لأن الوصول إلى القمة سهل، لكن الثبات على القمة مو سهل. أصعب شيء إنك تثبت، لكنه ليس مستحيلا. لازم في يوم من الأيام يكون عندك
You are still interested in your career path, you can stay. بس ما شاء الله يعني what I'm talking about. I think I should be sitting here and you should be presenting to me. So career path is not for you guys, if I'm not mistaken. So could you please... Excuse me, Your Excellency, you should... So if you don't mind, can we have the students over here? Thank you, gentlemen.
دكتور أيوب ودكتور ثاني اسمه أحمد، برضه كويتي. لا أحمد الشاهد، قلت أرسلت له البروشور، قلت له شوف مع مين؟ سكت. لا تيجي تقول لي ما أقدر. كنت أتمنى يكون عندي مركز صغير قد كده، أقل حاجة بس مركز خاص فيه أنا. تعبت وأنا أشتغل مع الناس، تعبت وأنا أقول والله أنا مع دكتور فلان، والله انا مع الدكتوره فلان، والله انا في عياده كذا، والله انا قلت ابغى شيء لي انا. فتحت مركزي هذا. مركزي الان يضم 80 مستشار ومستشار. نفس المركز كان عندي في اكثر من دوله. طيب ليش؟ لما اجي اتكلم عن الان، لما اجي اتكلم فعلا على ان ماشي على خطه معينه. لو حتسالني 2023 فين حتكون وايش حيكون عندك؟ حقول لك حيكون عندي الشيء الفلاني. لو سالتني 2021 ايش حيكون عندك؟ حقول لك كذا. لازم يكون عند كل انسان هو عارف ماشي فين، رايح وين، ايش عنده، ايش الاهداف، ايش الرؤيه، ايش انا عارف. لكن تمشي كذا بدون اي هدف، يعني مجرد اني اشتغل في مركز، المركز هذا خلصت منه اروح البيت وانتهينا. لا. طيب انا الان مع فلان، طيب بعدين ليش ما يكون انا؟
تمام؟ يلا موفقين. والله انتم في اي مرحله؟ انتم ماجستير؟ ما شاء الله ما شاء الله. هاي حوالي جود. يس ام هير. انا فخور جدا بيكم. اهلا وسهلا بيكم.
You had a late night and you're already here.
Of course, yes.
They promised.
Of course, ما شاء الله. I promised to be here.
They promised. He is here.
Yes, yes. I wanna learn.
Yeah. So
واحد فتح ما ادري ايش اللي جنبه. الان كم من اسره الان تسوي الاكل المنزلي هذا مليان. يبغى افكار جديده. فكره احس انها مختلفه. خارج. اذكر زرت شركه تبيع منتج بالكرامه الاعلاف. فقالوا لي نبغى نزود الدخل عندنا، كيف نسوي؟ قلت لهم جيبوا لي الاوراق وجيبوا لي الدخل وكيف تسوون وكيف الماركتنج والى اخره. شركه كبيره جدا. الشاهد جلست معاهم. تخيل الشركه هذه تستورد ايش؟ تستورد اكياس عشان تعبي فيها الاعلاف هذه توديها. قلت لهم ليش ما تسووا انتم الاكياس هذه من عندكم؟ قالوا الجهاز الماكينه هذه غاليه. كم سعرها؟ حسبناها معاهم طلع عندنا ممكن لو اخذوا الماكينه هذه وسووا الاكياس من عندهم يمكن حيخسروا اول سنه بس، او اذا ما كانوا كفاف. اصلا رئيس مجلس الاداره قرار خلاص اشتروا الماكينه وبدوا يصمموا الاكياسات. بعدين بدوا يتفننوا، يحطوا عليها اشعارات، يحطوا ولا مدري ايش، يحطوا كذا. السنه الاولى فعلا جاء شويه. اللي بعدها السنه اللي بعدها ارتفعت المبيعات عندهم 3 أضعاف. 3 أضعاف. ما صاروا يرسلوا او يتاجروا في الاعلاف هذه، حتى في الاكياس صار هم بيسووا لغيرهم. طيب هذه الفكره بسيطه، لكن احيانا احنا عندنا مشكله كبيره في اننا نوصل رسالتنا. اذكر في دوره من دوراتي كتبت على الكليب شارت اللي موجوده، كتبت عباره وطلعت واحده من الاخوات قلت لها اقراي اللي مكتوب ووصلي للناس بدون ما تتكلمي. الطبيعي ايش حيكون؟ يا جماعه تفاعلوا معنا. تمثيل صح؟ حتقول لهم كذا كلمتين ومدري ايش شيء قديم. وجلست تعب يمكن 10 دقائق. قلت لها خلاص، قالت لي خلاص، ولا احد فهم ايش مكتوب. وانا كاتب على الفليب شارت بالقلم الكبير في الوسط. قمت اخذت الشاشه انا ولفيتها على الناس، كلهم قرأوا العباره. انا تكلمت؟ ما تكلمت، ولكنهم قرأوا العباره. فاحيانا يكون الحلول بسيطه، ولكن احنا نفكر دائما في اصعب الطرق. جلست ساعه وتقول لهم مدري ايش وكذا وما وصلت الرساله. جيت واخذت الفليب شارت ولفيته عليهم. فين اسهل طريقه؟ واقل تكلفه؟ الثانيه. ليش احنا دائما عندنا نظره انه علشان اصل لازم الاشياء تكون صعبه، ولازم اني انا اتعب، ولازم اني يكون لها كذا؟ مو صحيح. فكره بسيطه، تنفيذ بسيط، نصل الى هذه الاهداف. لكن اذا انا دائما افكر في تفكيرات تعجيزيه، انا حتعب واتعب اللي معايا. علشان اصل الى تارجت معين لازم اني اكتب كذا قدامي انا ايش ابغى. في كتاب جميل جدا 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 انصحكم فيه لجون كتر. جون كتر ألف كتاب جبلنا الجليدية، وهذا يتكلم عن التغيير، كيف يكون التغيير في حياتنا. حياتنا محتاج ان اول حاجه زي ما قلت لكم اني اشخص هذا الواقع اللي موجود عندي، ثم بعد ذلك افكر كيف ابدا اغير وكيف ابدا اكون وكيف ابدا. حسألكم سؤال وشوف ركزوا معاي، كيف يبدا الحياه وتبدا مع الانسان التغيير من اول يوم؟ يبدا التغيير متى؟ اول لحظه يولد فيها الانسان، هنا يبدا التغيير. هتقول لي كيف؟ هقول لك بالطريقه اللي تيجي الان. اول ما يولد الانسان، ركزوا معي الله يرضى عليكم، يؤذن في اذنه اليمين ويقام الصلاه في اليسار. ليش؟ أول ما يولد المولود يؤذن في أذنه اليمين ويقام الصلاة في اليسار. ليش؟ سنة. ليش؟ إيش الحكمة من السنة هذه؟ يسمع كلام التوحيد. على الفطرة. على الفطرة. صح. اللي حيجاوب له 10,000 ريال. انتهى الوقت.
انتهى الوقت وانا لسه مرفع ايدي.
الحياة قصيرة. اوكي. طيب اقول لكم حاجة، اول ما يولد المولود يكون من جوا لسه بيور صافي ما عنده ولا شيء، فاحنا بنيجي بنحط فيه العقيدة هذه. هذا واحد. بعدين لما يكبر الطفل شوية هذا خاصم وهذا ما ادري ايش يسوي له هذا كذا، يبدا العقل اللاواعي ايش يسوي؟ كل اناء بما فيه ينضح، فاي حاجة داخلية حتطلع برا. يكبر شوية يصير نفس الاشياء. لذلك تيجي تقول واحد والله انا يقول لك والله انا عندي فوبيا من الابر، والله انا عندي فوبيا من المصاعب، والله انا عندي فوبيا من كذا.
هذه زياده يا قلب. اوكي في وحده هنا زياده، في بعد حد يبغى زياده؟ يلا بينا.
بداية بالبيتا والالفا والثيتا والدلتا، هذه الأربعة هي اللي بتغير موجات الدماغ، ثم يتغير ما بعدها السلوك. كل حياتنا مبنية على ايش؟ عندنا مثلث، كل المثلث هذا عبارة عن أفكار، مشاعر، سلوكيات خارجية. كل الإنسان ما في ولا واحد فينا إلا فيه هذا المثلث، أفكار، مشاعر داخلية، سلوكيات خارجية. كل السلوكيات الخارجية انفعال، غضب، توتر، حدة، أيا كان، هذه اللي طالعة هذه هي أساسها فين؟ أساسها المشاعر. المشاعر جاية من فين؟ جاية من الأفكار. وكل المشاعر اللي بتأثر فينا سواء مشاعر حب، سواء مشاعر بغض، سواء أيا كانت المشاعر، أساسها جاي من الأفكار، جاي من الحواس الخمس هذه. شم ريحة يبدأ عندك يتحرك مشاعر معينة، شفت حاجة تتحرك عندك مشاعر معينة، سمعت حاجة تبدأ تتحرك عندك مشاعر معينة. على ضوء المشاعر هذه يصير عندك السلوك الخارجي. لذلك أنا اللي أتحكم، أبغى أصنع المستقبل هذا، أبغى أرسمه من الآن. أبدأ أول حاجة أسوي كلير داخل، أنظف كل شيء، أي حاجة حتأثر فيه أمسحها، وأبدأ أصنع لي هذا القالب، هذا الشيء اللي حيسعدني أنا، معني بالآخرين أنا ما لا أفكر فيهم. يقول لا إيش حيقولوا عني؟ طيب حيقولوا أنت تسوي ولا عليك فيهم. ابدأ بالشيء اللي يقنعك أنت، الشيء اللي يساعدك أنت، لكن الآخرين ما عليك. أنا موضوعي هذا يهمني أنا، ممكن ما يهم فلان. أوكي، على مستوانا العام الهدف، علشان أقول والله أنا حققت تارجت المعين وحققت الهدف المعين، حاجة مهمة لازم أسويها اللي هو الفيدباك. أشوف أنا ماشي صح ولا لا، وأنا ماشي كذا في طريقي، هل أنا ماشي على نفس خطواتي اللي حتوصلني لهدفي ولا لا؟ هذا الفيدباك يعطيك المؤشر فعلا انك ماشي صح ولا طيب ماني ماشي صح، اعيد اصمم مره ثانيه قالب جديد، القالب هذا ما ينفع، مو يجيني احباط واوقف. هذه القوالب وهذه الاشياء هي اللي بتحقق لك الايراد اللي انت تبغاه، لا تجي تقول لي ليش بتتكلم دائما عن المال. مين من الموجودين هنا مو حريص على المال؟ انا حريص على المال.
ونبدأ دوام نشتغل معه. السيشن المفروض تكون نص ساعة بس أنا راح أطول معاكم، ما عليكم اللي يقول لي اطلعي ما بطلع. حطيتوا مسار في حياتكم وهي الثانوية صح؟ معظمكم الثانوية. حطيتوا مسار في حياتكم، عارفين بعد الثانوية وش راح تسوون؟ كم واحد مني قاعد في القاعة رسم مسار وحط مسار، يلا انتم شو تشتغلين اختي؟ حط مسار حق حياته، ارفعوا لي ايدكم. كم واحدة موجودة يا سلام عليها، مين كمان حلو؟ طيب نبدأ فيك، شو اسمك انت يا قلبك؟ شو؟ خليك تقعدين انت؟ اوكي، شو المسار اللي حطيتيه؟ حلو، طب شنو؟
جراحة قلب.
حلو، بكرة، good. راح نتكلم عن شيء اسمه نوادر أو نادر التخصص. نادر أو نادر التخصص. أو تخصص نادر. حلو، طب جراحة قلب، تمام. عندك أنا؟
أنا كنت شوية غريبة إنه ما هي زي كذا تخصص واحد. أنا إن شاء الله بتخرج إنه حكم أمريكا. إن شاء الله هي رخص حق الطيران 4 مدة سنة. هرجع أكمل اللي هو دبلوم تجارة إن شاء الله.
شو دخل طيران ودبلوم تجارة؟
بالنسبة لي أنا ما أحب إني أنا ألحق تخصص واحد، أحب آخذ أكثر من تخصص.
تمام، لحظة شوي. تخصص ومكمل. راح أشرح لك إياه. مهم جدا في بداية حياتي إني أنا أبدأ في التخصص وبعدين أكمل التخصص هذا، لكن في شيء يساعد هالتخصص. ذكريني باسمك؟
ناجية.
كيف؟ ناجرة؟ ناجية. طيب ناجية كملي.
كيف أصل إلى أهدافي؟ كيف نرد على هذا؟ هل فعلا الدنيا مقفلة في وجهه؟ هو اللي مقفلها. الحياة اختيار. الألم اختيار. السعادة اختيار. الشقاء اختيار. الموت اختيار. الهداية اختيار. الرزق اختيار. أقول لكم كيف. تفضل أستاذ.
كيف الموت اختيار؟
كم تدفعي؟
ولا شيء.
احنا اللي قبل شوي نقول الفلوس. معلش. طيب هقول لكم كيف الموت اختيار. نبدا اولا. لما اتكلم اقول لكم اختيار، ايش معنى اختيار؟ انا اللي اسويه، وانا اسويه وفق راعي. من فينا من الموجودين هنا يستطيع انه يرفع ضغطك وانت ما تبغى؟ ها؟ ما في. تستطيع ترفع ضغطي وانا ما ابغى؟ ما تقدر. تستطيع؟ اتحداك. اتحدى اي احد انا يرفع ضغطي. لكن لما اجي اقول لك كيف الموت اختيار، اقول لك اللي يسلك طريق المخدرات ما اختار الموت؟ اختار ولا لا؟ طيب كيف تكون الهدايه اختيار؟ يجي واحد يقول لي يا اخي الهدايه من الله. اقول لك نعم الهدايه من الله، بس كيف؟ الله سبحانه وتعالى يقول ان الله يهدي كيف من يشاء. قال العلماء ان الله يهدي من يشاء الهدايه. إذا أنا اخترت الهداية، الله هدايته هداية التوفيق، وكذلك الرزق. أي فلذا تفضل. أنا أقول لك لما فلان بعيد عنك. لا هذا تنفيذ الموت الآن. أنا حشرح لك. إيه؟ حشرح لك هو. ابشر. لما الآن فلان سلك طريق المخدرات ومات، هو ما اختار الموت؟ ها؟ مسببات ما اختارها؟ هذه أنا أتكلم معك على حاجة، إحنا ما نتكلم في المستقبل. المستقبل مو بيدي ولا بيدك ولا بيد أي أحد، في مسببات، في سبب للنجاح، في سبب للمال، في سبب للكذا، في سبب هذه الأسباب.
في موديل رائع جدا راح يساعدك في حياتك، راح يخليك فعلا لما تشتغلين وتفكرين في اي شيء تكونين فاهمه انت وين ماشيه. اول شيء ضعي اهدافك. بعد ما قلنا ما هي البصمه التي اريد ان اضعها، نقول اضع الاهداف. هذه الاهداف لازم اربطها باهداف الدوله. بلادي انتم اطلقتوا مشروع 20 كم؟ 2030. بلادي وين راح تكون في 2030؟ وشو البصمة اللي راح تتركها؟ مها؟ شو البصمة اللي راح تتركها؟ شو البصمة اللي راح تتركها في 2030 هاي؟ وهذا أول سؤال راح يسألك. أنا مش اليوم جاية أقول لك اختار التخصص الفلاني واختار التخصص الثاني، لا. أنا اليوم جاية أقول لك شو التغيير اللي راح تحدثينه، سواء كان على مستوى مجتمعك، أنتم كلكم من جدة صح؟ سواء كان على مستوى مجتمعك، على مستوى المملكة، وعلى مستوى العالم. لا تخلين حدود فكرك وحدود نظرك تشدين. لا. خذوا لي هذا.
اوكي.
وما محمد الا رسول قد خلت من قبله الرسل افان مات وفاه طبيعيه او قتل خلقتم عن الارض. فلما نيجي نتكلم عن الموت بشكل عام ما نقدر ناخد قاعده عامه نقول ان الموت اختيار.
اوكي.
في فرق بين الموت والقتل والانتحار.
الهدف منها كلها ايش؟ نهايه الحياه ولا لا؟
مفيش حاجه اسمها هدف.
ما انا اقول لك هذه نهايه الحياه.
وانا باخد قرار عشان احقق هدف الموت.
كيف؟ انا لما اروح اسلك طريق حيوديني في 60 داهيه، انا كمجمل.
هذا الطريق استثناء ولا يمكن القياس باستثناء ونضع قاعده عامه.
انت لو تحدد الجمله
يا اخي الفاضل الله يرضى لي عليك، انا اذكر
يا سيدي الفاضل بقى لنا 43 سنه بندرس
اوكي.
فارجوك يعني تتحمل.
لا بالعكس، النقاش جميل بيثر اللقاء الموجودين. النقاش جميل. شوف هقول لكم معلومه جميله للجميع. كل اللي موجود في الحياه، كل المعلومات، الحكم، هي موجوده في الكتب. انا قرات كتاب ما قراته فلانه، هي معلومات انا مقتنع فيها. انا بقول لكم المعلومه هذه، المعلومه قد تخالف فلانه، قد تخالف فلان، قد تخالف علان. هذه هي معلومات ما اراه صح انا، ليس بالضروره انه فلان يشوفه صح، وما يشوفه فلان صح ليس بالضروره اني انا اشوفه صح.
وشو الإضافة؟ وبعدها تقول أنا راح أبدأ في هذا التخصص. بعد ما تبدين في التخصص وتدرسين التخصص مش بناء على السهل والصعب. شوفوا بناتي، شوفوا خواتي، شوفوا عيالي. ما في شيء اسمه سهل وصعب. إذا أنت ركزت على السهل والصعب ما راح تنجح في حياتك. أنت محتاج إنك أنت تحارب، وأول شخص لازم تحاربه مين؟ نفسك، الخوف. لازم تحارب الخوف اللي موجود عندك. حاول انك انت تعمل فعلا التغيير. ماذا اريد؟ راح نشوف مع بعض فيديو. الانترنت شغال؟ مش عارف. طيب انجزت. راح نشوف مع بعض فيديو ان شاء الله يكون شغال النت.
فهنا الرضا يكون الانسان فقير لكن راضي بحياته.
صحيح.
ويستمر مع نفسه وهو معنويا مرتفعه اكثر من الانسان. السعاده
احنا على كلام الرضا، اذكر في مره من المرات كنت اتكلم على حته الرضا هذه. تلاقي الابيض يبغى يكون اسمر، الاسمر يبغى يصير ابيض، الغني يقول يا الله ما احلى البساطه لما نكون انسان بسيط. يجي الفقير يقول يا الله اذا كان انا عندي فلوس حسوي. الاعزب يقول يا اخي والله لو اتزوج ويجيني اولاد. المتزوج يقول ما احلى حياه العزوبيه، ما عليها مستريح. فالرضا هو اهم شيء في الدنيا. لما اكون انا راضي عن وضعي ساعتها انا ارتاح. عموما كل شوي بيقولوا لي انتهى الوقت. انا سعيد بوجودي معاكم. إن شاء الله نلتقي دائما وأبدا على خير. شكرا لك.
Creatures that were once living on the forest floor now need to find other way.
في عالم النمل، مين أهم عنصر في النمل؟ أهم عنصر البيض. برافو عليك. ثاني أهم عنصر البيض. أهم عنصرين اللي هم عنصر الملك وعنصر البيض. أنا ليش قاعدة أراكم فيديو؟ يعني يمكن شوية بعيد عن موضوع التخصص وموضوع الكلام. عشان أراويكم إذا ما حطينا إيدنا بإيد بعض، ضربنا على قلب بعض، ما راح نمشي سوا. راح أراويكم الفيديو. النمل هذا تعرض للفيضان، ولما تعرض للفيضان كل اللي قاعد يفكرون فيه تعرفون شنو؟ النملة الملكة والبيض. شوفوا.
Creatures that were once living on the forest floor now need to find other ways of getting around during the flood. The busy life of a fire ant colony has to carry on regardless. By linking legs, the working
شوفوا شو سوى. شبكوا خليج معاي، شبكوا ويهم في بعض، وحطوا جلابة الملكة، وحطوا البيض في النص. شفتوا علي؟ وبدأوا يسبحون في هذا النهر، نهر الأمازون. هم في نص الفيضان.
ants create a living raft, supported by the surface tension of the water. Free now to move through the forest, these vicious stingers make the most of the flood. They use it to spread to other parts of the
هذه هي
Amazon.
الملكة.
On this lifeboat, the queen and her young need to be kept safe and dry.
شوفوا شنو
But
المخاطر
there's
اللي
no getting
تعرضوا
away
لها.
from hungry fish.
لاحظ انه ولا وحده خرجت من زميلتها وكملوا مع بعض.
Once in the open river, they are at the mercy of the current and unpredictable waves.
شايفين؟
If the
اللي نجحهم بعد الله سبحانه وتعالى وحدة القلب، وحدة الهدف، وحدة الضمير. بسرعة راح أقول لكم شو اللي راح يساعدكم في اختيار التخصص. أول شيء حدد ماذا تريد. بعد ما تحدد ماذا تريد اختار الجامعة المناسبة لك. مش على أساس السهولة والصعوبة، لا اختيار دايرتي. ثالث شيء وأهم شيء في الموضوع هذا كله في شيء اسمه KSA. شنو KSA؟ لا مش السعودية. KSA اللي هو ناضج معلومات، مهارات وسلوك. دائما وابدا طور من نفسك، دائما وابدا خلي نفسك فوق الكل وسابق الوقت. ضيف له معلوماتك، ضيف له معلوماتك. حلو ان كل شيء في انترنت موجود على الانترنت، كل شيء متوفر روعه، لكن في نفس الوقت انا محتاجه اقرا كتاب، محتاجه اتعلم. ابدي بامهات الكتب. ثاني شيء نمي مهاراتك. وسلوكياتك، خليك إنسانة إيجابية، خليك إنسانة متفائلة. شو ما يصير مني معاك من مشاكل والعثرات ولا هذا، حاولي إنك تتطبقين من أول وجديد. في شغلة مهمة جدا، نحن في التنمية البشرية دائما نقول خلي الناس تدور عليك مش أنت تدور على الناس. حاول إنك تتخصص بتخصص نادر مش موجود والمؤسسات هي اللي تدور عليك. طبعا مثل ما شايفين الناس قاعدين يقولوا لي وأنا بروح. أعطيكم أرقام تلفوناتي، أي واحد محتاجة استشارة في عندي أنا كتاب يتكلم عن المواضيع هاي اللي تكلمنا فيها يخبرني. بس قبل ما أروح طيب أنا اللي استفدتوا أعطوني بس شو اللي استفدتوا؟ في مجال تاخذونه وتصورونه، أعتقد إن عندكم أنتم كاميرات. شو اللي استفدتوا؟ شو اللي استفدتوا؟ عندك إن شاء الله. شو اللي استفدتوا؟ بطريقة. شو اللي استفدتوا؟ تبحث عن التخصص النادر واللي الناس تدور عليه. خليك واعي عشان نستفيد من الوقت. شنو بعد استفدتوا؟ صوروا وعطوني إياه لأن أنا معي قوايد مع كلامي. تجية؟ برافو. لا اعتمدي انا ما قلت لا تضيفي. برافو عليك نجية. مين كمان استفاد؟ استفدتوا؟ يا سلام عليك شبعتي. انت خطيرة. ما عندي فلوس، اعطيني فلوس. اعطيني ايش اعطيها؟ خذي نصيبة. لا خذي راجل. عيش بالعافية. طيب شو استفدتوا بعد؟ شو استفدتوا؟
العالم الشعبي.
وين؟
العالم الشعبي.
العالم الشعبي. أنا شو اللي راح أضيف لها؟
لازم يكون قلب واحد.
الله أكبر. الله أكبر لو كنا على قلب واحد. شنو بعد؟ ما تدري عطيني إياه، ليش ما تقولونه؟ شنو بعد؟ شو استفدتوا؟ أنتم ما تتكلمون زعلانين؟ إذا ما تكلموا ما يطلعون. قولي شو استفدتوا؟ استفدتوا؟ عندكم ارقامي، عندكم التواصل على الواتساب، اي حد محتاج في انستغرام وعندي تويتر انا. فانا احبكم، الله يوفقكم في حياتكم، واي استشاره محتاجين ترى امكم موجوده. تمام؟ لا تنادوني دكتوره ليلى، انا اسمي ماما ليلى. تمام؟ رجعوا لي البزنس كارد. اوكي جايز، الله يوفقكم، الله يحفظكم، يعطيكم العافيه. وبزنس كارد، في حد يبي بزنس كارد لي؟ طيب الله يبارك صوروا لنا الحين لان مش دائما ما عندي جوال. طيب ما عندي. اوكي جايز. سلموا عليه.
صدق. ايوه
انا في دوره بعدين طلعنا تعالي حبيبي. ايوه بجي.
استني يا محمود.
يلا خشوا.
طيب الفيديو يا محمود كيف اخذناه؟ الفيديو كيف اخذناه؟
نحن صباح الخير. كيف نحصل على البتاع السوشيال ميديا؟
محمود في مجال اخذ الفيديو تصور لي مو مشكلة بعدين تعطيني اياه تعطيني
عشان اتواصل على المسيح.
هذا كده هذا
انا جيت هنا ستة بس طبعا الدنيا كانت لسه زي الفل بحب اول
Stop. We have to stop.
Thank you, that's very nice.
Interpersonal skills.
Perfect. This gentleman's strength are his interpersonal skills. So let's quickly talk about what you can do to upskill. You already have some skills, so he has interpersonal skills. What can he do to improve them? So let's talk about personal skills. Can any of you tell me about a good personal skill that you all might have?
The positivity.
Absolutely.
The energetic person. The hard worker one.
Very good, very good. So how do you become that way? Are you not born that way? How do you acquire that skill?
I think by practice and experience.
Absolutely. Someone was saying something? Perfect. So we build on this. Some of the ways you can improve yourself. Reading. So social media. Something else? Listening to podcasts. How would that help you? Absolutely, absolutely. How do you do that? Come on in, join us. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Just double-checking that you're here.
No problem, no problem. So how do you improve those skills? How do you become a better reader? You're reading. How do you acquire that?
By practicing, reading.
Absolutely, absolutely. So you practice it, you do it. In the same way, what about your professional skills? How do you improve those? You want to talk about some professional skills? Anybody? Any professional skills that you want to discuss? No? Come on, please, talk. We want more interaction. Absolutely, and we'll discuss networking. Very good, networking. Ida's going to discuss that. 2 or 3 things that I can quickly tell you about. Prioritizing. Just think about it. You have a job. You have big rocks and small rocks and sand. And in that jar, you have to fit everything. If you put the sand in first, what's going to happen? All the space is going to be taken away, right? And the rocks won't have any space. So what do? First you put the biggest rocks, then you put the smaller rocks, and then the rest of the space is filled by sand. So in the same way, prioritize your tasks. Get up in the morning, think what's important. How are you going to go? What are you going to accomplish that day? And maybe have a list of the most important tasks, the less important, and something that's not very important. So that's one thing that you can do. Can somebody else list some other tasks, something that you can do to improve? Please, talk. In our workshops, we are used to 60% of the talking being done by the attendees. We only do 40%, so get that way. Thank you.
Maybe it's personal, but you speak very quickly, and some words are missing.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much for having us. No, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's talk about multitasking. How many of you think that you can do many tasks at the same time? Do you think you can do many tasks at the same time? Let me tell you what happens. Multitasking is a myth. It's not something that you can do well. Yes, if I am watching TV and I'm also folding my laundry at the same time, I'm doing more than one task. I'm doing 2 tasks. But if I'm thinking of something, if I'm focused on writing, if I'm focused on talking to you, can I answer the phone at the same time and be focused on that? I won't do a good job, right? I'll be distracted. So multitasking, many studies will tell you, is not good. It doesn't work that way. I have a few more minutes. So would you mind shutting that door, please? Could you just thank you. Yeah, we could take over networking right now, Ida, because we are 10 minutes into it.
Is it working? Yeah. Now it's working. So good morning, my name is Gabriela. I will talk to you a little bit about networking. And networking is a quite wide topic, so I just have 15 minutes. So the only thing what I will do, I will put some thoughts in your head. And as networking is not something you can learn, but something you have to do all the time, maybe it changes your way of networking. So there are some people who say, I don't network. And that's an illusion, you always network. There are some people who say, I don't communicate. The second another person is in the room, you communicate. So you cannot say you don't do this. So if you do it anyway, then you better do it right. So the other thing is when it comes to networking, around 35% of all the positions are not giving by application processes, but are giving by relationships. And especially the more important positions are, the more these positions are giving by relationships, meaning people decide who they want for the position, and then they start an official application process, which is very frustrating for everybody who applies, because the position is already taken. Doesn't work. Can you flip the... So. Now we do an exercise cracking the ice. And the thing is, a lot of people think they network and they talk. And what I want you to do is to...
Skills for the future, skills that will be most relevant in the period of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the theme of this conference. And I have a particular focus on the skill of critical thinking during this talk. So let me first tell you about where I'm from. I don't know how many of you will be familiar with the name Eton College, but it is without doubt the most famous school in the UK. It's nearly 600 years old, and it has a very rich history and great tradition of producing highly successful people and leaders, and this has been over centuries. But it is a very traditional institution, but what I'm going to tell you today is about how it is very, very relevant still today in the new world of education and work that we're facing. So Eton is known for educating members of our royal family in the UK. It has produced 20 British Prime Ministers during the period of our parliaments, and countless top leaders in business, top entrepreneurs, and more recently there are quite a number of famous actors appearing in Hollywood, appearing in sort of global television series who have also come through Eton. And there is a connection between all of those things, because whilst Eton is, students at Eton are guaranteed an excellent academic education. What they also get as part of the package is an extremely rich education in what we call soft skills. And these are the kinds of skills that are preparing students for leadership positions in the future, for studies at the world's best universities. So nearly half of Eton students who graduate every year go on to study at either Oxford or Cambridge, and many others will go to the States and to Ivy League universities there. And it really is this combination of academic excellence, which is part of the story, but the skills development that is really setting up these students for successful lives. Now, a new initiative from Eton College is the creation of Eton X, and that's what I'm talking about today. So Eton X is a learning platform for online learning in soft skills that are taught at Eton using Eton's methods, and that platform is open to students all over the world. So Eton is sharing its expertise in skills development to students wherever they are, before university, during university, and accessible in many different ways. So I've mentioned this focus on skills, but actually what am I talking about? What are the skills that are essential nowadays in the new economy? So you may well be familiar with this concept of 21st century skills. It is certainly talked about a great deal, and I'll just make reference to it here. According to this graphic from the World Economic Forum, 21st century skills are made up of 3 areas. Foundational literacies, which are the standard subjects you will find in every school curriculum, from literacy, numeracy, scientific knowledge. But it's these other areas that are perhaps less considered in school and university curricula, but are increasingly valued and important. So these are what we call the 4 C's, competencies in critical thinking, creativity, communication and collaboration. And on the far side, character qualities, including initiative, adaptability, resilience and leadership skills. So this is what we are really focusing on. Eton is exceptional in educating young people in all of these areas and has been for a long time. For Eton, these are not 21st century skills, these are what they do to be an outstanding preparation college for leaders. And increasingly, these types of skills are what employers are looking for in workers of the future, and finding, in many cases, difficulty in finding young people, graduates, with the right kind of skills.
Your network. And you can have a conversation, you can have 2 and decide then these people are not good for you, but have the 2 conversations. So not always the people you spontaneously like are good for you, but the people where you kind of feel a little bit like challenged. So the challenge makes you grow. The others doesn't make you grow. This is the important thing with network. You have to know yourself. You
right skills. So there is an issue here, there is a skills gap, and what we're trying to do is address this. Also looked at the situation in Saudi Arabia, which is, it parallels the international surveys and international situations. This is taken from the MIS Global Forum survey, saying companies are increasingly seeking workers with 21st century skills, including the 4 C's, critical thinking, communication and collaboration. And why? So they can respond to market needs and to customer needs. So I'm going to come to first critical thinking. This is the main one I'm going to focus on today, as we have limited time, although Eton and EtonX do address all of these areas. So I think the first question is, what are we talking about when we say critical thinking? What defines it? And I spoke to our course director for our critical thinking course, who is the head of philosophy at Eton College, and he told me his definition is that critical thinking gives students the tools to analyse evidence and arguments, to decide what is factual and trustworthy, and it makes you aware of how language is used, and it makes you more careful and precise in how you use it yourself, so you can better present evidence and arguments. So that is fundamentally what critical thinking is. I've got another couple of quotes here that I like, from 2 US leading experts in the field of critical thinking. So the first one, critical thinking about something means formulating your own opinions and drawing your own conclusions. It's about the discipline of analysis and seeing the connections between ideas. Okay, so fundamentally what it is. G. Randy Caston puts it very succinctly, and I like this quote. It is one of the skills that separates leaders from followers. And I think when your students, your children, are looking at how they're going to approach the world of work, having these kind of advanced skills and leadership skills is key. I've got a long list here of components of critical thinking and what makes them up, but I think, I'll just point out a small number of these. So, selecting pertinent information, distinguishing relevant and irrelevant information, analysing credibility, and drawing valid conclusions from what you read, what you research, and what you are presented with. These are some of the key components. Now, we also know that universities value critical thinking a great deal in higher education. Again, I asked one of our collaborators here, Dr. Stephen Law from the University of Roehampton, why do universities value critical thinking? And fundamentally what he said are, you know, critical thinking skills are some of the most important skills you can have at university because they touch everything that you do. Everything that you write, everything that you research, everything that you present, everything that you record, everything you read, all requires you to be making decisions, evaluating the evidence, presenting things with clarity. The better your critical thinking skills in any field of higher education, the more successful a student you are going to be. Because fundamentally, what a university is for, at its core, is to elevate students' level of thinking ability. This is Bloom's taxonomy of thinking skills, which categorizes different types of skills by level. So lower order thinking skills include things like remembering facts, understanding facts, being able to repeat them, being able to apply them. These are the lower order thinking skills. The higher order thinking skills are being able to analyze, being able to evaluate evidence, and ultimately being able to use your knowledge and what you know to come up with creative ideas. Again, this runs across any particular field. New solutions, they may be practical, they may be new ideas and new ways of thinking about things. That is what a university education is for, and critical thinking sits absolutely at the heart of analysis, evaluation, and creativity. So, how can critical thinking be applied within the context of an educational institution? And I think I've done quite a bit of research into this, and I've looked at different areas. And here are some of the conclusions that I have drawn myself from many sources, which I can refer to if you're interested. One of the key things is to start with critical thinking as early as possible. If students are presented with some of the ways and techniques of evaluating and analysing information at a young age at school, that is perfect. We know that that is probably not the situation yet in most countries. So in higher education, I think the key is at the very beginning of a student's university studies that you are able to teach, define critical thinking concepts, critical thinking techniques, and also discuss them with students. So there are surveys done internationally that have shown that students who are explicitly taught critical thinking and critical thinking techniques use them better. They perform better on tasks that require critical thinking than just relying on students being able to develop this themselves and infer the techniques themselves. We can also help this by developing critical thinking elements within the curriculum. And what is particularly effective for this is problem-based learning tasks, and related to this, collaborative learning tasks. They're the real opportunity for students to demonstrate, to work independently, but to demonstrate that they are applying good practice with what they research and what they present to you. And also through that, providing opportunities to practice the techniques that they've learned throughout their studies. And what's been found to be very important is not just giving the opportunities, but providing individual feedback to students on where they have done well, where perhaps their research and evaluation has not been as good as it should be, and pointing them to ways into how they can improve. So there is a really crucial role and an ongoing role within teaching staff to help students develop this. Okay, moving on from education itself, but looking at where students are going after education. So we've mentioned, or the theme of the conference recognises that we are in the period of a big change in the workforce and a big change in industry. So how does the application of good critical thinking help students to get into good careers and be successful in their careers? Again, referring back to the World Economic Forum, they have identified the 10 fastest growing skills or emerging skills by region. So these are the ones that apply for the Middle East. These are the skills that are increasingly in demand from employers, both local and international. Listed here, I've highlighted critical thinking in here, critical thinking and analysis. But I think if you have a look at all of these skills, with the exception of technology, design and programming, you'll probably notice that the theme for all of these is that these are soft skills. These are human to human skills, leadership, emotional intelligence, creativity, active learning, analysis, these kind of things. And that is really, this is the crucial development in the new economy, the disruption that is being is poised to be caused by automation, artificial intelligence, and many other things, means that white-collar jobs, good jobs that we have considered and that students may be aiming for are increasingly being disrupted and may be eliminated through artificial intelligence and the ability of machines to do things that humans currently do. However, machines are getting better and taking in more areas, but the fact that people connect with each other, can understand each other, can imagine, can understand the world around them better than a machine can, means that these are the jobs that will be retained and become increasingly important. So here it mentions lawyers and what lawyers may be able to do, marketers, how they connect with people. Machines cannot yet do this, and they won't be able to do this in the near future. So this is where the good jobs and the good careers are going to be. Again, going back to the MISC Foundation, another point here. So they're saying, they're talking about the disruption to the world of jobs and careers. But they believe that the jobs that will be least disrupted are the ones that combine critical thinking, problem solving, and managerial capabilities, which will remain beyond the capabilities of machines. So this is where the good jobs are going to be. And we can see actually the logic in this and where critical thinking sits within this. So key areas for positions of responsibility, positions of leadership, are creativity and problem solving on the one side, decision making and professional judgment on the other side. This is what you want your workers to be able to do, your leaders, your managers. And at the heart of each of those aspects is critical thinking. Good critical thinking abilities will make your problem solving good. It will make your decision making good. This is why it's so important to employees. There are many different things that good critical thinkers can bring to the workplace. I've put a list here, but I mean there's a list of thousands of things. But what you can see, there are some key themes within this. Analysing, assessing, planning, designing, analysing risks, these kind of things. These are leadership traits. These are the kind of things that you want people in responsible positions to be doing on a daily basis in their jobs. And that will apply across all sectors. So these things are equally important within business, or healthcare, or engineering, or sciences. They're absolutely universal. So I think the point I really want to make is that critical thinking is universally important in education, and it's universally important within the world of work as well. So being able to address that with your students as soon as you can and helping them to develop these skills will really stand them in good stead, not just to be excellent students, but to be productive people in the new economy. Okay, and just to finish off, I know another theme of the conference is internationalization, and I did just want to make one mention of what we do and how internationalization can work in different ways. So there have been a lot of advances in education technology in recent years, and you know what education technology can do at its best is make available the best practice, the best ideas of education to the widest number of people. This is what we're trying to do with Ethernet. We're taking the ideas, methods and practices of the best education institution pre-university in the UK and making them available to students around the world. But on top of that, what we have created with Ethernet is a platform for online learning that features live tuition and live classes. And what our technology allows is for students in different cities, in different countries, to come together in small groups and study at the same time, working on projects, working on problems, discussing ideas and experience, and actually having that international exposure and that international experience without having to leave home. And this is one of the most popular things and the big advantages of what we do. So internationalization can often be interpreted as movement of students, as travel, as going somewhere. Education technology is creating new opportunities for engagement with other students and contemporaries around the world, and I think that's of great benefit. Okay, I will finish on time now. I'll have some information here that I'll give out at the back. We have a stand in the exhibition hall if you would like to come and learn something more. And certainly we'd be very, very keen to talk to you about ways that we could introduce Eton's soft skills and technology into your educational institutions. So I hope that was of interest to you. Thank you very much for coming and listening. We have some brochures at the back. If anybody has any questions immediately, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. So, I wanted to use the title of this conversation as controlling where the ball bounces. You might be saying to yourself, you can't control life. Life is unpredictable. It's impossible. You can't control life, but you can control your response to life. And what you have to understand is regardless of who you are, who you pray to, or what you look like, life is going to happen to you at some point. I am fortunate enough where I can travel all over the world and share my story. I just came back from Africa before I came here, and the craziest thing happened. Humans are humans. I know it sounds nuts, but humans are humans. In America, we have so many people that don't get out of their bubble, so they assume certain things about different countries and different areas. I'm fortunate enough where I can get out and see the world, and there's one thing that we all have in common. We have one commonality, and that is adversity. Adversity is a global dialect. Adversity does not care what you look like, how much you weigh, who you're married to, how you dance. Adversity at some point in time is going to punch you in the mouth. And there's no one in this room right now that can say they have not experienced some form of adversity. If you have, please raise your hand. You've never? No. Everybody. So for me, I found out what adversity was at a very early age. When I was 4 years old, my father, Bobby Thomas, passed away from cancer. And when my father passed away, he left my mom the task of raising 5 kids on her own with very little money. So I got to see what struggle and hardship was all about. But that's the funny thing about adversity. It's a catch-22 with adversity. Adversity is also life's greatest teacher, because adversity teaches you about yourself. Who are you when everything hits the fan? Who are you when you're in the middle of the storm? And my mother, I found out, and she found out, was an absolute liar. She didn't put her head in her hands and say, I can't do it. She didn't say, someone come and help me. She said, okay, I'm going to work 3 jobs. I'm going to raise these 5 kids. I'm going to keep food in their stomach, a roof over their head. I'm going to make sure that they don't become a statistic. My mom is the reason I'm here today right now. She's everything. She's a little 5'2¼ lion. I'm still afraid of her. So growing up, because I didn't know my father, I didn't connect to anything. Most young men want to be like their father. I was passionless. Now, if you meet people that are passionless in life, they have no energy, they have no drive. You're like, man, today's a good day. And they're like, that was me growing up. I wasn't an unhappy kid, but I just didn't have anything that woke me up in the morning. When you have purpose and you have passion, you have things that wake you up in the morning. You don't need an alarm clock. You're already up. So I went through elementary school, middle school, and it wasn't until I was 16 years old until I fell in love for the very first time. Not with a woman, with a ball. My mom was from a small town called Bird's Nest, Virginia. I cannot make this up. Bird's Nest, Virginia is the size of this room. There's one traffic light, and I'm related to everybody in the town. Now, when you're a 16-year-old boy and you're related to every girl in town, that's not a good look. So I'm in Bird's Nest, Virginia. I'm hanging out. I'm bored to death because there's nothing to do. And I look under my cousin's bed. And my cousin has hundreds of newspaper articles. And on the front page of that newspaper article, there's my cousin dunking a basketball. And I started to freak out. I said, my cousin's famous. And then I looked on his wall. And he has, in America, we have all these like high school, when you're a senior in high school, you get all these senior pictures. He has all these senior pictures of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my life outside of this room. And I said to myself, if I play basketball, not only can I be famous, but I might be able to get a date. Because back then, I had the haircut that goes up like this. But my brother used to cut my hair so it was lopsided. My mustache didn't connect yet. I was struggling. I didn't get a lot of dates. So I'm like, I'm going to be a basketball player. So we got back home, I found this basketball, never played before in my life, 16 years old. Walked 3 miles to the nearest court, looked at the hoop, I said, here it is, fame, girls, money. Threw the ball up, the ball went over the basket, rolled down the hill. So I did that for 2 more hours, and I realized something. I had an epiphany. I suck at basketball. And while I'm sitting there trying to figure out my life for the next 15 or so years, this short Filipino guy comes walking towards the court. I cannot make this up. Comes walking towards the court, and he goes, my name is Ray. You want me to show you how to shoot a basketball? 6'5" black dude, 5'8" Filipino dude. He's going to show me how to shoot a basketball. Now I always tell people, never judge a book by its cover or its color. Because we do both. And for the next 2 hours, Ray showed me how to properly shoot a basketball. In my first book, the second chapter is titled Ray. Because without Ray, there is no Cordell. So 6 hours a day, 7 hours a day, all I did was train basketball. I didn't go out, I didn't party, I didn't hang. And the reason was this. I had a purpose behind my training. My purpose was play professional basketball so your mother, who has struggled ever since you were 4 years old, never has to work again. Yeah. There's power behind purpose. Yes. You look at America, you see all these motivational speakers like rah, rah, and all this dancing, all this glitz and garbage, but they're not saying anything. I don't come out with a freaking smoke machine. I'm talking to you real, right? Where I'm from, we say we're keeping it 100. I'm keeping it 100% with you right now. There's power behind your purpose. If there's something that you are living for, that is power. Your words are power. So I tried out for the basketball team in my high school, and I was terrible. For 2 hours, the balls hit me in the face and tripping. I get cut from the team, and I started to doubt. Now, I have you. Now, if some of you in here have doubt, I'm going to tell you something. There's good news for you. It means you're a human being. You're supposed to doubt. People that have small dreams don't doubt because it's easy. If you tell me to walk from here to that table, I'm not going to doubt it. I can easily walk there. When you tell me to run a marathon in shoes, I might doubt it a little bit. But you can't let doubt stop your do. That means you can't let doubt stop your action. You have to continue to move forward. People that doubt stop their action, and that's why we have so many average people on our planet. They're cool with being average. I can't be cool with being average. I was raised by a lion. She'll eat me. So the next year, my last year of high school, I finally make the team, because in America, if they have nothing to do with you in your last year, they just put you on the team. I never played. My mom sat me down after high school, and it was the first time in my life that I heard my mom say can't. We don't say can't in my house. I have 2 kids right now, they're 6 and 4. If they say can't, they do push-ups. If I say can't, I do push-ups. I remember one time I said, I can't find the remote controller. My son said, Daddy, push-ups. I'm like, crap. But that's mindset. So my mom said to me, baby boy, she still calls me baby boy to this day. She goes, baby boy, I cannot afford to send you to college. Say that again. I cannot afford to send you to college. In about 2 minutes, I said to my mom, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to work 2 jobs. I'm going to go to a 2-year university. I'm going to get a full scholarship to play basketball at a 4-year university. My education's going to be paid for. I'm going to come back home. I'm going to get a pro contract, and we're going to be off and running. And my mom looked me right in the eye, and she said, that's great. What do you want for dinner? I said, I don't think you heard me correctly. I'm going to be playing professional basketball in about 5 years. And she goes, that's great, baby boy. What do you want for dinner? So I worked 2 jobs. I went to a 2-year school. I got a full scholarship. I played in a state called North Dakota. Never been in North Dakota before. They have things called buffalo, just chilling in the. I've never seen a buffalo. National Geographic is the only time I saw a buffalo. We're driving to a game and I see buffalo, and I almost crashed us. I'm like, buffalo! I said, calm down, brother. And so when I got back home, I started working out with all NBA guys that play in the professional basketball league. They're driving up in their Lamborghinis and their Ferraris. I had to keep the heat on in my car in the summer for it to run. I have a CD player in my ear, that's my radio. And I'm still rocking like, you know what I'm talking about? Get next to the guys. What's up, fellas? And then I get a contract to play professional basketball in Lisbon, Portugal. And we had this humongous graduation party of 3 people, because we had no money. So I couldn't invite anybody. My mom was like, I'm gonna get a cake. I'm like, don't get a cake, get a cupcake. Don't even put congratulations. The congratulations is an extra $2.50. Just put congrats. I think it said congrat. No frosting, no sprinkles, nothing, no extras. And I'm 168 hours away from playing professional basketball. I'm 6 years removed from my time that I met Ray. And all of my friends are saying, how in the world did this happen? Because everybody sees where you land. No one sees the work you put in to get there. That's why we have something called haters. People that don't like you for no reason. Because they're upset that they can't work the way you work. And I told them, I was like, I was willing to sacrifice everything I like in order to get what I love. Say that again. You've got to be willing to sacrifice what you like in order to get what you love. I like the idea of chilling with my friends. I like the idea of hanging out with girls. I love the idea of my mom not struggling. I love the idea of coming home and her not trying to figure out how to pay the bills. And that was more powerful than my life. So 168 hours away, I'm on the court playing with my friends. I go to the basket and I hear a pop. I fall on the ground. I go to get back up. I try to put weight on my right foot. I fall again. My friends come over. They pick me up. I said, I can't put any weight on my right foot. Somehow I get myself to the hospital and I don't call my mom. Because if I call my mom, whatever just happened is real. And eventually the pain got to the point where I had to call her. We are 45 minutes away from the hospital. I swear to you, my mom got there in 15. who she killed. But I ain't gonna snitch on my mom. My mom gets to the hospital. The doctor goes, Cornell, I'm gonna grab the back of your calf muscle. If you feel excruciating pain, we have to do surgery on Thursday. It's a Sunday. I'm supposed to leave that next Sunday. Grab the back of my calf muscle. I felt excruciating pain. That Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I cannot remember to this day. That Thursday, they wheeled me in for surgery. Thursday afternoon, they wheeled me out. Thursday night, my contract was voided. Friday morning, I'm sitting in my room, and that was the hardest day of my life. Because my mom came in my room, kissed me on my forehead, and I watched this woman walk to one of the 3 jobs I told her she'd never have to work again. And it was so long ago, when I say it, I still feel it in my throat. Because I felt like I let her down. And she didn't think that, but I felt that way. And I was saying to myself, God, what next? Because there was no plan B. There's a plan A and another plan A. You have to understand something about change. When you go through any type of major change, there's 5 stages that you go through. The first one is denial. There's no way I'm changing. I can't believe I have to do this. The second one is anger. You can't believe you have to do this. The third thing is bargaining. For me, I was saying, God, please don't make this so bad. Please let me just come back. The fourth is the most dangerous. The fourth is depression. Now, when you get in the fourth stage, that's where the lights go off. Until you either turn them on or you drown in your darkness. But you have to understand something about depression. Depression is a bridge. And at the end of the bridge is the 5th stage, acceptance. And if you can accept that you have to change, you can change. If you don't accept it, you're going to stay where you are. I was not born to stay where I am. So I said I have to change. And for the next 6 months, I shot from a chair. And then I shot from a crutch. And then God said, oh, you thought you were supposed to play basketball. It's funny. We had plans, and then God says, no, dummy. That's not the plan. That's not the blueprint. And so my former basketball coach in college said, Cornell, will you coach basketball? I was 25 years old. I said, no. I'm a professional basketball player. That was my identity. That's all I was. That's all people knew me as. When I was younger, people knew me as my older brother's younger brother. When I found basketball now, people know me as a basketball player. Now I'm cool. I got a new haircut. My mustache is pretty connected. It's good. I still got a crappy car, but I'm good. And my mom said, go on that interview. And as you know, I don't argue with my mom, so I went on the interview. And then 3 days later, I had 15 guys looking at me, calling me coach. And I had kids from the worst areas in New Jersey and New York. Kids whose parents had dropped them off and said, good luck making my son into a man. Oh, by the way, he hates school, he's a bad teammate, and he's probably not going to like you. Thank you. And then I realized my purpose. My purpose is helping people. I didn't know what capacity, but it's helping people. And 6 years in, I said I want to be a Division I basketball coach. Division I is the highest level of college basketball. And then I said, okay, I got to go to a prep school. So I go to this national powerhouse prep school and I'm coaching. We have NBA guys, we have Division I, all these great guys. And my son was just about to be born. And I started to get a pull that there was something else. And I didn't know what it was. When people ask me, how did you get into speaking? They see me, I just came from Africa, and they see me speaking all over the place. They're like, how'd you do this? I said, Facebook. They're like, what do you mean Facebook? I said, well, I was going down my timeline one day, and in America, we have something we call first world problems. So I'm reading my timeline, and oh my God, my cappuccino spilled. OMG, my husband's feet smell so bad. All these first world problems. And I had a book of positive quotes. And I started taking the quotes out of the book and putting them online. And people started to like it. And one day I woke up and I couldn't find the book. So I wrote my own quote. Literally, this is how it happened. People still liked it. So I said, screw the book, I'm gonna write my own quote. So I started writing my own quotes. And a friend of mine came up to me after a couple months and said, I love your quotes, where do you get them from? And I said, actually, I make them up myself. And she goes, you should write a blog. I said, that's a great idea. What the hell is a blog? And she made this WordPress site. And I started writing my blog. And my blog was called The Power of Positivity, Controlling Where the Ball Bounces. And I did it every Saturday. And I had people from Vietnam, and I had people from Turkey, and other countries that I can't pronounce. And they're all reading my blog. I'm some kid from Passaic, New Jersey. I got a woman from Vietnam reading my blog. I said, this is amazing. And so I'm gonna write a book. My friend said, well, how are you gonna write a book? So I'm gonna ask Google. Should know. Google's a woman, by the way. They know everything, right? So Google's for sure a woman. So I asked Google, how do you write a book? And I wrote my first book. And as soon as I wrote my first book, people thought I was gonna come on stage and talk about being happy all the time. And when people hear the term positivity, they think that a clown is gonna come up and be like, everybody be happy, and do some crazy dance. Positivity isn't being happy all the time. Positivity is not the absence of human emotion. You are okay to mourn, it's okay to be angry, it's okay to have all those feelings. You just can't live in them. You're not human if you don't express that. If I'm driving with my kids and somebody cuts me off, I'm not going to say, thank you, sir, I love you. But I'm also not going to follow him to his house and beat him up. You have to understand something about positivity and negativity. They work the same way. They both need momentum to grow. They both need your momentum to grow. I'm going to say that again. They need your momentum to grow. Stop blaming it on other factors. Stop blaming it on other people. It's you. I'm sitting in Africa and I'm telling people, amongst pretty prestigious families. And I said, none of this matters. Because at the end of the day, you cannot bring it with you. What matters is this. My favorite part about Jeddah so far, this is my first time here, are the people. I was at the exhibition center the whole entire day, for 4 hours, just hanging out and having a blast. Because I'm the messenger from America. Not to bring you a message, to bring the message to America, like, you need to come to Jeddah, because it's amazing. You need to come to Africa, because it's amazing. And if you get off your couch and stop watching the news, you'll have a different perspective of what the world is. That's what's important. The human experience is what's important. It doesn't matter who's in the White House, because he's not my neighbor. My neighbors matter. Now, you all are my neighbors. You matter. So, I wrote another book called The Power of Me, Army of One. And it was about being great. People can't fathom that. How can I be great? I'm 35 years old. I don't know what I want to do in life. How can I be great? And then you hear 7,000 stories of people started when they were 65. My friend's dad is 82 years old. He just started learning Japanese. 82. And he's sitting in front of a computer going, Konnichiwa. So what are you doing? You have to understand something about purpose. And I only have 5 minutes. I want to be sure I give you everything. Understand something about purpose. There's a movement now to make people feel like they're not special. And you hear this a lot. All these speakers are telling you, you're not special, blah, 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 blah. Realize something. I used to work in a pharmacy when I was younger. I used to sell lottery tickets and cigarettes. And so this old man used to come to my station every single day, and he used to buy hundreds of lottery tickets. Hundreds! And he used to say to me, when I win, I'm like, you ain't giving me nothing. When you win, you're flying to somewhere else and you're gonna forget about me. But he used to tell me that I've never gotten more than 3 numbers. I said, how is that possible? But then you look at the statistics. To win the lottery is a 1 in 175 million chance. So when people win the lottery, outside of having new family members all of a sudden, the first thing they say is, it's a miracle. For you to be born is something around like a 1 in 400 trillion chance. Think about that. Trillion to million. So what does that make you? A miracle. The miracle is in the mirror. Every time you wake up, every time you get an opportunity to breathe air, that is the miracle. So my question to you is this. We woke up today. What are you going to do about it? Thank you so much for listening to me. I appreciate it.
لا في الإمارات. فالآن قررت الكلية لأنها فقط لجامعة خلينا نحكي تسرح كل الماستر ديجري. اوكي. فالمهم يعني I lost my job at that time. لكن هذا كان حافز بالنسبة لي إني أبدأ الدكتوراه.
ما شاء الله. أخذت من الألم أمل.
أكيد نعم. حولت المهنة إلى مهنة.
والنيجاتيف سايد والبوزيتيف سايد.
تمام.
يبغى غترة وأتياب كذا يبغى عيالنا.
خلينا نركز بس ما يقول لي شيء لا.
ولا ما في أحد حيشارك بالرجال؟ إيه؟ عشان ما اسمع خلاص. البنات خلاص شوف البنات شوف البنات في احد حابب يدخل تجربه صعبه صنعت منه يوم او شيء خلاص ناخذ المايك اليوم شويه يا يكرهوني مره يا يتفاعلوا مره يلا نسمع ولو ابغيهم تخصصك وابدا يلا عرف عن نفسك تخصصك.
انا اسمي مروه درست في جامعه عبد العزيز انتيريور ديزاين.
اوكي.
صار عندي يعني اشياء كثيره في حياتي.
اوكي.
مغامرات.
اوكي. موقف صعب صراحه.
مواقف صراحه كثير صعبه منها مواقف صحيه، مواقف في العمل، مواقف مع الاصحاب، اشياء كثيره. فهذا الشيء صنع مني انسانه ناضجه. صرت اقدر اختار الناس اللي اتكلم معاهم، اللي اثق فيهم، لانه كنت زمان ممكن تصير غير.
فصارت المواقف معك اكثرها
اجتماعيه بحاجه، يعني في اشياء كثير مريت فيها في حياتي حاليا انا الحين بمر فيها، لكن هذا الشيء خلى عندي طموح اكبر اني اتعداها، اني افكر بطريقه ايجابيه. فهذا الشيء يعني كويس، وان شاء الله انا يعني على الطريق اني اطور
قد ايش احنا اليوم لو تكلمنا بس تجربتين، يعني ما حيجوا برسنتج كبير في المجتمع، ولكن قد ايش الانسان انه يقدر يخلق من الالم ومن لحظه زي ما تفضل الدكتور، من لحظه انه احنا لحظه جدا ايجابيه ويقدر يبدا، وهذا الشيء اللي كلنا معروف في حياتنا. احنا لو جلسنا جلسه شخص سلبي او جلسه شخص ممل، اعرف انه من كثر الناس اللي يتكلموا في البوزيتيف سايد وفي الطاقه وصار كل من هب يتكلم في موضوع، كرهنا كلمه ايجابيه وحسيناها انها كلمه مره اوفر وكرهنا ذا الكلام. لا، احنا ما بننادي بهذا الشيء، بالعكس من الصحي ومن الطبيعي كسايكولوجيست اقول لكم او كاخصائيه نفسيه انه الشخص يتضايق، انه الشخص يطلع مشاعره، انه الشخص يتالم، انه الشخص كمان يبكي، انه الشخص كمان يعبر. عندنا دائما لما يجوني العياده اعرف الامراض او الاضطرابات المتفاقمه من ايش؟ من انه هو شخص كتوم، شخص ما بيطلع او ما بيفرغ مشاعره اول باول، يكون مر بتجربه صعبه سواء كانت زواج، طلاق، تجربه صعبه عاطفيه، بعدها تبعتها تجربه عمليه كمان صعبه، ايش سوى؟ مطلوب منه مثلا كرجل انه هو ما عيب انك تشتكي او عيب انك تبكي، فانت لازم تتحمل وتمشي، فبالتالي يوصل لعمر 35 وجهه، هيئته، تراكماته اللي جوا كانها عمرها 55 سنه، لانه شخص ما فرغ هذه الانفعالات. ودائما زي في شخص ما انساه الله يذكره بالخير، كان one of my patient يعني احد من حالاتي كان يقول لي انا مطلوب مني ما اطيح، لو طحت في ناس كثير حيطيحوا وراي، ومطلوب مني دائما اكون واقف. كلمه مره قاسيه لو نفكر فيها، ليه انت مو بشر مو انسان مطلوب منك تعبر؟ نفس الكلمه دائما يقولوها الامهات، انا مطلوب مني دائما اكون واقفه لاولادي، مطلوب مني دائما اكون واقفه لحياتي، لو طحت يوم احس انه هذا اليوم سيء على كل البيت. كمان انتوا لما تتخيلوا مثلا يعني تجلسوا كده مع نفسكم وتقولوا ماما، تخيلوا الام دائما
Most people when they hear that they think that's kind of crazy. 9 years old, that's I'm 46 now. It's a long time ago. So what was I doing smoking cigarettes at 9 years old? And not just 1 or 2. I was on 20 a day. Oh, shocking. But it's true. You see, when I grew up in London, when I was about 5 or 6 years old, this is me, a long, long time ago. I looked different then. I didn't have a beard. when I was 5 years old. And I was such a happy young boy, and I used to be the most popular boy at school. Everybody loved me, and I loved everybody. And then, my mother and father took me from that school, and they put me in a new school. And in that school, I had no friends, so I was not happy. So I started to play and create problems, and I was always fighting with people. And after some time, the school said to my parents, please take your son away from the school. Actually, what they said is, your son is out. We're done with him. So my parents moved me to another school. The school in London is a very, very good school. And all the boys in my family for more than 80 years went to this school called University College School in Hampstead. I went to that school when I was 7 years old, and by the time I was 7.5, that school also asked me to leave. After that, my parents decided, we can't keep him in the house. He's a problem. So they sent me to boarding school in Devon, which is about a 2-hour train journey outside of London. And they sent me to boarding school. This school is a very famous school called Dartington Hall School. It has an amazing reputation. But when I joined it, they had a new education philosophy. They said, give children freedom, complete freedom, and they'll become responsible young adults. So that meant no school rules. You could do whatever you wanted. No school rules. So I wanted to copy the other boys. I saw the older boys smoking, so I started to smoke. At 9 years old, in the maths class, with the other boys in the class. Now, after that school, about 1 year later, 1.5 years later, that school, with no school rules, said, take your son. This guy is a troublemaker. He's just fighting and playing, and we can't control him. So the school, with no school rules, also expelled me and kicked me out. After that, you can guess what happened. Every single school I went to kicked me out. I went to 9 different schools, and every school told me, get out. I failed every single exam. Every single exam until I was 18 years old. Every exam. And I got kicked out of every school. I was a disaster. But at 18, my mindset changed. Why did my mindset change, and why today am I talking to you about the importance of your mindset, which amazingly is really connected to what you were talking about, Cornell. Amazing. So, my mindset changed. Why did my mindset change at 18 years old? Well, at 18 years old, I converted to Islam and I became a Muslim. That's not the reason my mindset changed. When I became a Muslim at 18 years old, my mother and father, like the school, said, get out. We don't want you anymore. And they asked me to leave their home. So I went from having a very privileged life until I was 18. And after that, I found myself homeless overnight. And I knew at that moment that if I wanted to succeed, if I wanted to stand on my own feet, I had to change my thinking. I had to change my mindset. Now, at that time, when I was 18, something else happened. You know, from 16 years old to 18 years old, I was smoking about 40 to 50 cigarettes every day. And I wanted to stop. I really wanted to stop. I knew it was hurting me. I wanted to stop. And I tried hard for 2 years, from 16, 17 to 18, I tried to stop smoking. I tried. I tried so hard that I quit smoking, on average, every week, 6 times. Maybe 7. Every day I would quit, and then every day trying to stop. And I remember looking out of my window, and I put the cigarette to my mouth, and I thought, this, what I'm doing, why am I doing this? I took this new faith, I converted my religion, I did all these big things. This doesn't seem to go together with this. I feel it's not compatible. And when I thought about why I don't want to do this anymore, it became very easy for me to stop. You see, knowing what you want to do in your life is obviously important. Knowing what you want to be is important. And sometimes you need to know the why to make you change. So if you want to change, knowing what you want to be is sometimes not enough. Knowing why you want to do that thing can be all of the difference. I'll give you another quick example. I came to Saudi Arabia 20 years ago. And when I came to Saudi Arabia, I can tell you two things today. One, of course, I was 20 years younger than I am today. And the other thing is that I was probably about 20 kgs lighter than I am today. But you know, with age and time and too much capsa, I started to put on a lot of weight. And after some time, I realized that my weight had got out of control. I'm not a big guy. I'm not Cornell. I'm me. I'm 5'7" if I'm standing up like that. And I was weighing about 135 kgs. This was me. Not that long ago. Yeah, well, no, yeah. I'm embarrassed to say that was me. I'm not any of those guys. This was me. I think I was at Saudi Electronic University at that time in Riyadh. So this was me, 135 kgs. Oh, on my plate, by the way, very healthy food. So I was trying to lose weight. I wanted to lose weight. I wasn't happy being so big. I couldn't find clothes to fit me. It was a problem. And I wanted to lose weight. But you know what? It wasn't happening. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, until almost 10 years, I was 135 kgs. So, one day I remember sitting down, and I thought about my wife, and I thought about my children, and I thought, if I continue like this, I'm maximizing the chance of leaving this life early, or sooner than I would like. Everything is with Allah. We don't know when we're going to go, but we know if you don't take care of yourself, you're likely to leave soon. That moment, when I thought about the why do I want to lose weight? Really, why? I thought about my wife, my children, crying, funeral, all of these things. The why made me say, I'm done. I'm done. That was about a year, I don't know, a year and something ago, a year and a couple of months. And now, it's not great, but I lost about 30, 33 kgs from that time. Why? Mindset. I wanted change, but my mind wasn't right. So you need to think and understand the what and the why. Because the why is the key to so much when it comes to the mind. But, and there is a but, why is important. But sometimes the what and the why isn't enough. And I'll give you an example, and after this I'm going to give you a tool that's used by thousands of people that I've used with thousands of people and helped them to develop and change their mindset. But before I give you that tool that you can take away and use, I want to tell you why sometimes the what and the why isn't enough to make you change. It was the year was 1999. I remember it like it was yesterday. And I applied for my first job in Saudi Arabia. And I went to the internet cafe, because that's what you had to do. And I went to the internet cafe and I saw a job. It said conversation teacher. Conversation, just talking. So, I can talk. I don't know anything about grammar. I mean, it's my language, but I know nothing about grammar. But conversation, okay. But they wanted a lot of qualifications, and they wanted people with experience. I didn't have that. So I remember I emailed the guy, it was here in Jeddah. I said, Dr. James, let me start by telling you, I don't have any of the qualifications or the experience, but you're computer and walked away. But just in case you're still looking at the computer screen now, let me tell you something about me and why I think I could be good for your organization. So I started to tell him what a good speaker I was, and after 2 months, I got an email that said employment offer. I couldn't believe it. I was so happy. I left my wife and my children back home, and I came out here. I turned up for work. I said, I'm here, the new conversation teacher. And they said, we're so happy you're here. But we don't need any conversation teachers anymore. We're putting you in the grammar class. You're going to be teaching all of the grammar. I called my wife. I said, babes, I'm coming home. This is not going to end well. This is not going to end well. And I expected to leave immediately. But alhamdulillah, it worked out. I started to understand grammar, I started to teach, and I think I did okay. Just as I started to get into the job and feel confident, I came to the office one morning, and Abdul Salam, I'll always remember this amazing, amazing brother. He was in charge of the reception, customer service. It was at a language school here in Jeddah. Abdul Salam said to me when I went to go to my class, he said, no. Last night, they got rid of the manager. This was 2001. Last night, they got rid of the manager. They terminated him. The doctor, the CEO said, today, you're the manager. I said, all right, I'm going to my class. He said, no, really, you have to go to the manager's office. I said, do what? He said, just go there and sit down and just be the manager. So what are you talking about? Anyway, cut a long story short, I went to the office. The office was a big office with a big desk and a big window. Like here, there was glass. Everybody could see me. I could see them. All of my friends, you know, the other teachers, were walking past, looking at me behind the glass, saying to me, like that. And all I could say to them was, I don't know either. And I sat there and I did nothing for the first day. And I thought, this is garbage, this is rubbish. Like, this is not what I came here for. I don't want to be here. The first day, the second day, hated it. The third day, I remember saying, you know what? I'll give it a go. I'm going to give it my best shot. And for 3 months, I worked harder than I ever worked in my life. Blood, sweat, tears. I tried my best to be the best that I could possibly be. And after 3 months of hard work, everybody hated me. Nobody would listen to me. Nobody wanted to work with me, and all of them were just praying that I would leave the company because I was terrible. I didn't know what I was doing. And then I remember I got a knock on my door by an amazing guy called Khalil Campbell from England. He was the franchise support manager for the Middle East. And he knocked on my door and he said, we need to talk. I was ready just to pack my bags there. Yeah, just give me a minute, I'll clear out my drawer. I know what's happening here, you know. It's been good. And I thought, I'm out. He said to me, you don't understand leadership. You don't understand what it is to be a manager. And it's not your fault. We're going to help you. And he put me on a leadership development program back in 2001. And it was at that time, with his support, that I began my journey into leadership development. It was that moment that made me, at that point, want to help people develop, help people grow, and understand what it means to be a leader, and to have a leadership mentality, a leadership mindset, to really understand what that means. And that's why, today, I just want to share with you a really effective but simple tool that can help you to stop doing things that might be getting in the way of you developing and allow you to start adopting new behaviors. Let me ask you a quick question. Who in here keeps a to-do list? A to-do list is a great way of keeping on top of tasks and what you have to do for the week. If you keep a to-do list, please put your hand up. Wonderful. If you don't keep a to-do list, would you put your hand up? You're not getting away with not putting your hand up. That's to keep you engaged. We'll be finished soon. Brilliant. So a to-do list is a fantastic thing to use, of course. But how many of you keep a stop-doing list? A stop-doing list. Fantastic. Brilliant. A stop. Can I ask, what do you use your stop-doing list for?
Keep my money.
Oh, really? Keeping your money. So
actual work where if you're in your workplace.
The things that really matter as well, yeah. Excellent. So a stop doing this is a really effective technique to help you let go of bad behaviors, bad actions, bad habits, and adopt new ones. But it's not a list, like a to-do list. Let me show you what it is, and then you'll see how effective it can be. And of course, it's available for you. All the slides will be made available for you. So, what you do with a stop doing list, I hope you can see it. If you can't see it, then the PowerPoint is going to be made available to you. You essentially start by identifying a habit or an action that you'd like to stop doing. In my case, for example, smoking, or in my case, eating bad food, whatever it might be, going to bed too late. You know, I work with hundreds of leaders and business managers every week, and I always have the same thing with them. I say to them, what time did you go to bed last night? And I'm still, after 20 years, amazed at the answers they give me. I say, if you went to bed at 10 o'clock, put your hand up. And from 50 people, 1 or 2. 11 o'clock, more people. I find most people here, they sleep so late. So often people say, I don't want to keep sleeping late. It affects my productivity. So you think of a habit or an action that you want to stop doing. And then you ask yourself 5 questions. The what? What do you want to stop doing? Why do you want to stop it? So there's the why, because we said the why is important. By reflecting on the why, it psychologically helps you, empowers you, and makes it easier for you to let go of this action that you know is no good for you. So you think about the what, the why, the how. You break it down into actionable steps, so it's kind of like a SMART objective. How do you plan to stop doing it? You list the actions that will help you. And then when? When are you going to stop? And when are you really going to implement it 100%? Because, you know, change takes time. And then who's going to help you? Just like with me, it was Khalil Campbell. He helped me to become the leader that I am today. Here's a field of example, look. For example, somebody says, I want to stop using my mobile phone so much at night. This was actually me personally. It was a big problem for me. I am addicted to my mobile phone, and it was affecting me going to sleep, because I go up to go to sleep about 10 o'clock, but then my phone's in my hand. Can't put it down. Next thing I know, it's 11:30, 12 o'clock. I didn't want to do this. I tried to stop. I tried to put the phone down, but it kept on coming back to me. So here, this is how you would do it. You'd say, what do you want to stop doing? Oh, stop using my mobile phone before I sleep. Why? By reflecting, taking some time with nothing else, just a pen and a paper, and thinking, why do I want to stop this? Just like I thought about, why do I want to lose weight? You know, why do I want to stop smoking? Why? So, in this example, you say, well, I'm not able to fall asleep, I'm not able to be productive, I can't get the sleep that I need, and if I can sleep well, I'll have more energy for work, but more importantly, for my family. My kids say, let's go out, and I tell them I'm tired. If I can get a good night's sleep, I can be there for them. So you think about the what and the why, and the next thing you do is you write down the how. How are you going to do it? So for example, okay, I'll stop using my mobile phone after 9 p.m. And I'll leave my phone outside my room. Okay, when are you going to do it? Well, okay, I'll stop using my phone from 11 p.m. tonight. Next week, 10 p.m. The week after, specifically March 10th, I'm going to stop using my phone after 9 p.m. And I'm going to leave it outside my room. Okay, last bit, who's going to help you? Because when you have somebody to help you, you're accountable to them. They'll support you. You're not on your own. Get somebody to help you. Okay, I'm going to ask my wife and children. I'm going to tell them what I'm doing. I'm going to ask them to help me. And if they see me going back to bad habits and taking my phone from outside the room, okay, they got my permission to come and take it and walk out, and that's it. So this little tool here is one of the tools that I use every week to help leaders, people in leadership positions, professionals, and people that just want to continue to develop themselves. This is one of the simplest tools, but one of the most effective tools in one developing themselves by stopping behaviors that aren't good for them and adopting new behaviors in their place. It's all about mindset. The mind is an amazing thing, but you need tools like this to help you to control your thoughts, your behaviors, your actions. It's this mindset that helped me go from being this lunatic child, this crazy child, out of every single school. Imagine, every single school and failed every exam. I went from that to holding very senior positions in Saudi Arabia, universities here in Saudi Arabia, private universities, government universities. I've held positions as director and vice director, King Abdulaziz University, King Saud University, Saudi Electronic University, Darul University, numerous universities, yet I was somebody who hated school, hated education, and to the point that I held those positions, that I love education, that I love developing, and in fact, last year, I decided to go back to university, collect an MBA, which I graduated with last year. That's not so special. A lot of people have MBAs. But what made me feel very proud, knowing where I came from, knowing how my mindset was, and how I managed to change it, one of the proudest moments of my life was when I graduated with my MBA, and I graduated with my oldest son. My oldest son, Abdullah, and me, we went to university together. He took his MBA 10 seconds before me. And I had to be, as a father, looking out. One of the proudest moments of my life. And this was Abdullah when he... knowing where I was, and how I used to hate education. Oh, thank you. It's all about the mindset. That's all it comes down to. So it doesn't matter where you were, doesn't matter where you were yesterday, doesn't matter where you are today. All that matters is what's going on up here, and how are you going to make sure that you get your mind right. Thank you very much for listening. I would have said any questions, but I know that everyone at the back's waiting for the next person to come in. So thank you.
تعودنا عليه، مفهوم الإنسان كما تعودنا عليه ما هو؟ الإنسان حيوان ناطق عاقل يتمتع بالوعي والإرادة. هذا هو التعريف. أخذه الفلاسفة اليونان، اعتمدته الديانات التوحيدية، أخذته الفلسفات الحديثة، ولكن هي نفس الفكرة. الإنسان يتميز عن الحيوان بأنه ناطق عاقل وله وعي وإرادة. هل هذا الإنسان هو ما زال هو الإنسان كما هو في الفرص الصناعية الحديثة؟ هل يمكن أن نتحدث عن نفس مفهوم الإنسان؟ هذا هو الإشكال الكبير. طبعا لا أود أن أدخل في النقاش، أعدكم عن النقاش الفلسفي المعقد حول هذا الموضوع، ولكن سأحيل إلى مجموعة من الظواهر. أقف عند 3 ظواهر اعتقادي أنها مهمة لتحديد التربية الجيدة. الظاهرة الأولى هي هذا التداخل غير المسبوق بين ما هو إنساني وما هو آلي. التمييز الذي قامت عليه الفرص الصناعية الأولى هو التمييز بين الإنسان والآلة، ولكن الآن لم يعد يمكن أن نتحدث عن فصل بين الإنسان والآلة، أي أن هذا التداخل ظهر أولا فيما يتعلق بالصفة الإثيقية الجديدة، وظهر بصفة خاصة في هذه الهندسة الوراثية الجينية، في صناعة الأنسجة والأعضاء والذكاء الاصطناعي، بما قد يؤدي إلى أن تتحمل الآلة التقنية بعض الوظائف الإنسانية الأساسية. وفي مقدمة هذه الوظائف الإنسانية الأساسية المعرفة والتقدير والترفيه. هذا الشيء مهم، وصولا إلى حلم الذكاء الاصطناعي المسؤول الآن بالأدبيات الحديثة، الذكاء الاصطناعي القوي، أي أن تصبح الآلة واعية ومتمتعة بالإرادة الحرة. وهذا ما سينجم عنه زلزال عميق في طبيعة وجود الإنسان وتحكمه في الطبيعة. ماذا سيكون الإنسان عندما تكون الآلة أصبحت واعية وأصبحت مريدة وأصبحت مستقلة عن تحكم الإنسان؟ هناك بعض الدراسات تذهب إلى أن مرحلة معينة سيكون هذا الروبوت سيكون هو السيد وسيكون الإنسان بمثابة الحيوان الذي يتبع هذه الآلة ويوظفه. الأشياء اللي نتحدث عنها الآن بالخيال العلمي لكن الدراسات تشتغل عليها عمليا. الظاهرة الثانية هي تغير نظام المعرفة بالكامل في مستوى يوازي الاكتشافين الجوهريين في تاريخ الإنسانية اللي هما أهم اكتشافين في تاريخ الإنسانية هما الكتابة والمطبعة. الكتابة والمطبعة. وهذه اكتشافين هائلين لأنه غيروا وجه الإنسان. الكتابة يعني ما اكتشفت تغير كل التفكير البشري في آلياته في تصوراته العقدية والاجتماعية. نفس الشيء المطبعة. هناك تغيير أساسي فيما يتعلق بالزمان والمكان. كل المعرفة البشرية مرتبطة بمحددين أساسيين هما الزمان والمكان. الفيلسوف الألماني كانت يقول إن المعرفة كلها محددة بإطارين سابقين هما الزمان والمكان. حتى المفاهيم النظرية نستوعبها ضمن حدود الزمن. لكن ماذا لو تغير مفهوم الزمان وتغير الزمان الذي تعودنا عليه من القرون الوسطى هو زمان الخطي التتابعي. وهذا زمان الخطي التتابعي وأولا الزمان الذي ارتبط عندنا في الدين سوف لنا نتحدث عن حركة زمانية ممتدة من النشأة إلى ما بعد الموت. ولكنه هو الزمان نفسه الذي اعتمدته فلسفات العلم والتقدم أي زمان الإنتاج الصناعي وزمان العقل السياسي الحديث وفلسفات التقدم. كل هذا هو الزمان الخطي التتابعي. لكن ماذا نقول في زمن عندما يكون الزمن الشبكي الافتراضي؟ الزمن الشبكي الافتراضي لم يعد هو الزمن التتابعي الخطي الذي عرفناه فيما قبل وما بعد الاخر، وانما هو الزمن المتزامن الذي ينتهي فيه الزمان الى لحظات آنية ومتشابكة ومتداخلة. إذن لم يعد تغير مفهوم الزمن، تغير أيضا مفهوم المكان. المكان اللي تعودنا عليه هو المكان الهندسي الرياضي يسمى المكان المتر. هذا المكان المتر أيضا تغير. لم نعد داخلين في زمن المتر الذي تحدد مسافات محددة، وإنما هو الزمان الذي تحدده مواقع. الزمان أصبح مواقع افتراضية ولم يعد مسافات على المستوى الهندسي. هذا سيؤدي إلى تغيير جوهري في كل نظام معرفي. الظاهرة الثالثة هي تأثير هذا السيلان المعرفي المفتوح. التقديرات الآن تفيد على أن الثورة المعرفية راهنة تضاعف 3 مرات كل الثروة المعرفية. كل سنة تتضاعف 3 مرات الثروة المعرفية البشرية أكثر من كل الرصيد الثقافي البشري من نشأة الكتابة. فكيف أمام هذا السيران المعرفي الكبير؟ أقول لكم مثلا باختصار، في فيلسوف اسمه لايبنيتس ألماني مشهور، عاصر الثورة الصناعية، عاصر مطبعة، نشأة مطبعة في القرن الثالث، وكان يقول ما يصف البشرية أمام هذا السيلان الهائس للمعارف عن طريق المطبعة لم يؤدي ذلك إلى توحش البشرية والتقدمية. ماذا سيقول لايبنيتس الذي هالت المطبعة لو رأى اليوم النت والمعارف المرتقية في النت؟ هذه ظواهر 3 كبرى يمكن أشير إلى أكثر، لكن باختصار أشرنا إلى هذه الظواهر. هذه الظواهر ستؤدي إلى تغير جوهري مفهوم. لن أقف عند المسائل المتعلقة بتقنيات التغير، وإنما سأقف عند ثلاث ظواهر بسيطة نتائج مفهوم التربية. المفهوم الأول أن مفهوم التعليم المدرسي قد انتهى. فنحن نخرج من منطقة التعليم اللي هو التيتشنج إلى مفهوم ليرنينج، أي التعلم التمريني. بمعنى أن النظام المعرفي كله سيتغير الآن. تعرفون هناك فيلسوف شهير اسمه أرسطو، تسمعون به كلكم، كان يميز بين نمطين من المعرفة. شي يسميه المعرفة إبستمي، وشي يسميه الصنعة تكنيك. حتى القدماء عندنا أصول المصطلح فلاسفة كتب يستخدموا عبارة الصنعة والصناعة للتمييز بين المعرفة والصنعة. ما هو التمييز؟ المعرفة هي العلم الكلي من الرياضيات، من الفيزياء، أي علوم كلية فيها قوانين. بينما الصنعة هي مهارة لا تستند إلى علم تجريبي دقيق، ولكنها حرفة مهارة. الآن هذا التمييز كله اللي قامت عليه المعرفة سنها تمام. أي المدرسة اليوم لم تعد هي حق الإنتاج المعارف وتكوين الطلاب، بل أصبح الغرض منها مختلفا، هو تنظيم هذه المعارف فقط. لا يعني المدرسة انتهت، ولكن تغير مفهوم المدرسة، تغير مفهوم التعليم، تغير مفهوم التربية. أي أن المدرسة اليوم لم يعد الغرض منها هو تكوين الطالب حول معارف معينة، وإنما أصبح الغرض منها تنظيم هذه المعارف المشاعة المتاحة وتأهيل الطالب للبحث عنه، لما ينتج عنه تغير الجوهري في صورة المعلم والأستاذ. كان في السابق الأستاذ هو المصدر الوحيد للمعرفة، وكان الطالب ينظر إلى أستاذه أنه عالم كل فن، كان هو الجوجل والأستاذ. الآن الأستاذ لم يعد يتحكم في المعرفة. هناك فيلسوف اسمه ميشيل سار يقول بعد تهكم ان العمليه التربويه قد انقلبت، ان الطالب اصبح هو الذي ينتج المعلومه ويقدمها، واصبحت الوظيفه المتاحه للاستاذ يقول اذا كانت بقيت له الوظيفه وان يكون مستمعا جيدا. الاستاذ الان دوره هو الاصغاء والاستماع الى الطالب فقط ليس اكثر. الاصغاء والاستماع معناه انه يصحح يدقق يصوب، ولكنه ليس هو مصدر هذه المعلومات. إن في عصر التكنولوجيا هناك صراع أجيال. بعض فلاسفة التربية المحدثين يحدث ما سماه بالصف المقلوب في الكلاس روم، أي أن الكلاس روم الصف صار مقلوبا، أي أن الدراسة الفعلية كان في السابق الطالب يأخذ الدرس في القسم ويقوم بالواجبات في المنزل. الآن تغيرت الصورة، صار التعلم كله في المنزل والواجبات في القسم، لأن الأستاذ هو الذي سيصحح ويدقق، لأن المعلومات متاحة أكثر في المنزل. يعني في عصر التكنولوجيا هناك حتى صراع أجيال. المعلم نفسه لم يعد قادرا على متابعة التحولات، الطالب أصبح أكثر قدرة على تحول الطالب. البارح أقول للإخوان أن أحد الفلاسفة سئل ما هو الفرق بين العلم والتكنولوجيا، قال أن العلم هو ما يدرسه الوالد لابنه، والتكنولوجيا هي ما يدرسه الابن للوالد. لأن في الحقيقة كلنا نعرف أولادنا يعرفون هذه التقنيات أكثر منا بكثير. فالابن هو الذي صار يدرس التكنولوجيا لأبيه، بينما الوالد هو الذي يدرس العلم. فهذا تمييز، لأن أصبحنا أمام تحول كبير. لم يعد الأستاذ هو مصدر المعرفة، وإنما مصدر المعرفة هو هذه الآلة المتعلمة. النتيجة الثانية حتى لا أطيل، هذه الآلة لم تعد مجرد وسيط لنقل المعرفة، بل الآلة أصبحت منتجة للمعرفة وقادرة على تطوير ذاتها بذاتها، وهذا مشكل كبير. كيف تصبح الآلة هي مصدر المعرفة؟ الآن نحن في العالم العربي نستخدم هذه الوسائل أحيانا بطريقة فيها كثير من الافتعال والمبالغة. يلاحظ انك لما تسال واحد يقول لك لا هذا علمني الشيخ جوجل. جوجل لا يعلم شيء. علاقتنا الان بالنت هو مثل علاقه لايبنيز بالمطبعه. عندما صدرت المطبعه قبل المطبعه كانت الكتب عند رجال الدين فقط، وكانوا يستنسخونها لوحدهم، والعامه لا يمكن ان تصل الى هذه الكتب. فكان رجل الدين، احكي على الغرب، رجل الدين وحده الذي يتحكم في معلومه والثقافه. مع المطبعه انتشر الكتاب وصار متاحا للجميع، ففقد رجل الدين قوته المؤسسيه، وهذا هو سبب العلمانيه في الغرب. ان رجل الدين لم يعد قادرا على التحكم في المجتمع، لان المعرفه شاعت والناس والكتاب المقدس صار متاحا للجميع. هذا ارتباط اصلاح الدين بالمطبعة معروف وواضح. نفس الشيء الآن أصبحنا ننظر إلى كأن هذه الشبكات التواصلية أنها تغني عن المدرس، عن المعلم، تغني حتى عن الفقيه، عن العالم، الفتاوى إلى آخره. والغريب أن هذا لم ينتج انفتاح. الآن تلاحظون التطرف والتعصب قد تزايد مع الشبكات الافتراضية ومع النت ومع الإنترنت. لأن الفقيه كان يقوم بدور المصفي، يعرف كل هذه الأقوال الموجودة لكن يصفيها، لا يعطي إلى القول الذي يتناسب مع وضعية المجتمع، مع المطلوب من الاجتماعية. الآن لا، صار الشخص ينظر فيرى الفتاوى المتشددة ويختارها بدلا من فتاوى الفقيه من فتحة إلى آخره. هذا يقع. صديقنا عبد الله اسمه الغذامي كتب كتابا كله على الظاهرة، على الفتاوى الجديدة المنتجة عن طريق النت إلى آخره. فإذا هذه الآلة التي أصبحت منتجة للمعرفة هذا تحول خطير جدا، وسيكون له تأثير كبير في مفهوم التربية النفسية. وبغض النظر عن هذا النقاش حول إمكانات الفهم العملية لإنتاج الآلة الذكية الواعي، وحول التأثير الأخلاقي لهذا التحول، فمن جرئ أن الآلة العالمة أصبحت اليوم في استقلال حقيقي عن الفاعل التربوي، أي الإنسان المنتج للمعرفة والناقلة. أصبحت مستقلة من وجهين. أولا حاجة الإنسان الضرورية إلى الآلة التي هي في موقع الأستاذية الفعلية. لا أحد منا يستغني اليوم عن الآلة وهي مرجعنا الأساسي. ثم صعوبة التحكم في هذه التقنيات المعرفية نفسها. هذه النتيجة الثانية. النتيجة الثالثة هي وهي الأخيرة، الانفصال المتزايد بين التربية والسوق العمل. لأن المدرسة الحديثة كلها بنيت على النموذج الإنتاجي. بعضها أي أن دور المدرسة تنتج الطالب الذي يمكن أن يندمج في سوق العمل. الآن البارح الوزير المصري أعطانا لنا رقم خطير، قال لنا أنه خلال 10 سنوات ستنتهي 25% من المهن الحالية، وخلال 20 سنة ستنتهي 47% من الوظائف الجديدة. وظائف موجودة. طبعا يمكن نظرة سلبية إلى هذا التحول، ولكن يمكن أيضا أنظر نظرة إيجابية، لأن كل ثورة صناعية وكل ثورة تقنية تولد مجموعة من الوظائف الجديدة بقدر ما تلهي مجموعة من الوظائف كانت موجودة قبلها. ولكن هذا لا يهمنا. يهمنا الآن التأثير الفلسفي العميق لهذا التحول. كلنا سمعنا كل واحد يعرف كارل ماركس. لكن كارل ماركس كان عنده زوج بنته كان فيلسوفا كبيرا، وكتب كتابا قليل من الناس من يعرفه عنوانه الحق في الفراغ. الحق في الفراغ. هذه الفكرة التي يدافع عنها وهي موضوع ماركسي. يقول إن العمل هو آخر مخلفات العبد. العبد هو الذي كان يشتغل بالأجر بدون أجر، بدون أجر. العبد هو من تستهلك قوته الجسدية وتوظف بدون أجر. ثم تغيرت الصورة في العصر الصناعي الرأسمالي، فأصبحت هذه القوة مأجورة.
Value. In marketing data, you have unique selling position. You have something unique to add to your market. Okay? That's the point. Unique selling position. Not only you have added value, not next step to have unique selling position. Okay? I have something to add to my market. No one can compete with me. It is the branding or the how to sell something new, right? Okay. Next step, what exactly we say? To have that we are deliver good quality to my aim, to my market channel. Yes. On our process to check every time if we are on the right track or not. We are on the right track that we have a good quality and good service and our customer is totally satisfied. And every time, you know, in a big company, something very important like R&D, research and develop department. They're responsible for how this is new of our market. What is the next step? If we have a passion to know how to take a market share, new market share, what is the next step? We are seeking for next step. How to have a good passion toward this our marketing. So then how to do something like that? By researching. It is a very important point. By the way, I took a lot of time to study how to make a research, how to have a good research, how to have a complete data, how to have updated data. It's very important. The people working in research is a very important persons or employees in any department. Why? Because they have a lot of information, a lot of data, can calculate data, so it's very important. If we are seeking for success, we have to, if we are a smaller business or a startup business, you have to know very well how to make a research. If you are an organization, you have seeking for employees can do research, right? The very important point. And next step, we will take a time to understand our customer, consumer behavior, the very important topic in the marketing and in entrepreneurship and management and every something relating to about management science. It is about yes, consumer behavior. You have to understand very well our customer, our behavior. In the marketing in TSA, completely different about Egypt, right? Customer needs. So we have to take a time to have a very good awareness about our customer, how to satisfy the marketing need and customer need. Not only the customer, this point not totally correct. We have to discuss not the only customer, who is the decision maker, who will buy our product, like Chipsy. quality, not only quantity. We have 1,000 employees in our organization. It's not satisfied, or it is not the measure of success. The measure of success is quality of people. Yes, you invest about your team or not. You have a team. You keen about it. It's the leader or just manager. You know the difference between managers and leaders? With the different.
Leaders produce more leaders.
Sorry.
Leaders lead and
Yes.
produce more leaders.
Yes. Leaders lead more leaders. And leaders build a new leaders. This is the difference. And if I have a manager, he will do the right point, just the right point. If I have a leader, he will create, search, and create, and added value. This is the difference. And we have a seeking for leaders. So we have to invest by the leaders, like what we invest in our product. We have to do it parallel, together, right? Okay. So we have to check all the time that we have a very good employees and we have a leaders, right? Okay. And we have to check something very important. Our team, them, if they accepting each other or not, if they helpful to each other or not, the very important point, right? Okay. In the last statistics in university and practice, they asking for the quality. What exactly the skills we have to learn about it if we are wanted to be a very good entrepreneur or a manager? They find that we have three levels of skills. The first one is the part of technical skills, which is the if we have a barometer, can I use it? Okay, thank you. Okay. Something like that. Okay. It is that we have the level of skills that we will have to learn. First one, it is the technical skills. If you can see it, a lot of people here, a lot of people keen about to have the skills of how to do our mission. There's a lot of people. But if we find or calculate the effect of these people, not effective people. Right? If I have a manager, he knows very well enough that the only skills they have, how to work enough. For sure, after he finishes the work, I will forget him, right? It is the only skills he has. So the number of people in this area is very big. The effect is very big. So we were seeking for another skill. Another skill here. It is the human skills, leadership. Once you open the door, you find all of that. Why? Where is the passion? So a lot of campus, a lot of workshops, they're keen about the attitude, positive attitude that give you passion to work, to have a work and create. If you have a energy, you will create a lot of something. If you have a low energy, you will do work something like a go to work, back to home, go to work, back to home. Marathon life. Okay. And the third point is the competition. We have to keen about competition. What exactly our competitors do. If they have a good idea and update it every time, and I'm saturated, I have a good product. By the way, a lot of companies do that, do something like that. I have a good product, and didn't update, and didn't develop. So after that, the very famous example, Nokia. Where is Nokia now? Yes. The 10 years before now, where is Nokia? The number one. Yes? Nokia was 10 years before now. Nokia out of marketing. Why Nokia out of marketing? Competition. Nokia didn't accept the updating, so now she leaves the market. And Samsung were now in the top. Why? They update every time. And it's the same Facebook and Twitter and every social media. Okay?
It's more about update, it is not innovation. You need to live up to the digital transformation. You need to, the companies need to transform themselves, innovate themselves, else you stay behind.
Yes, yes,
Yes.
I think you need more research and development work in this area so that you can update with the new features.
Yes, yes. And about MIS, yes, management information system in the organization, we have to clean about this department. A lot of organization, I'm keen to training it. I'm not find a lot of organization keen about MIS. So we have to get it a lot of time and effort to have a very good management information system. Yes, I totally agree with you.
So there is a small point here. There is a difference between the competition and the strategy. Nokia has was the leader.
Yes.
2000, maybe 2003 and 2004. It was a big mistake in the strategy that the CEO of the company decided to move from the smartphone and to be focusing on the small phones. Because he says that simply the smartphone, nobody will be able, only 10 to 15% from the total community will be able to deal with this very costly project. So they decided within their strategy to focus on 70-80% of the total population who are willing to pay the cost of the mobile between 100 to 1,000 riyal.
Yes. Okay.
And this is
very nice point. We will discuss about it. The question is the difference between competition and a strategic plan or a strategic position. What the difference between it? Share it with me. The difference between competition and our strategic plan.
Competition is for the product and what you're selling, while the strategic plan is the company view for 10 or 5 coming years.
Okay, a very nice question. Let me talk about the strategic plan. Strategic plan is the long-term plan, more than 5 years. Okay, that include our vision and our mission. We have a long vision to have a market share in KSA, something like that. It is internal issue. It is the plan and process we will take to have another small plans on the long term. Okay, that is the action we will take. The competition is outsourced. Competition is care about our competitor, keen about something. If our market like something like Nokia, our marketing go through with the technology and update, and I'm keen about the hardware, the mobile phone only. And I'm finding that market is keen about something different, completely different. Here, in this point, the very critical point, when we can change our strategic plan, if we market. Suddenly, I found my marketing keen about update and my strategy to do something else. This point, I have to take a decision to solve or finish my strategic plan, last strategic plan. I go with the go flow with the marketing needs. This is the first point we are talking. This is a point we have to change. This is the only situation we are to change strategic plan to be flexible enough to change our strategic plan to go flow with the new market need. In this situation, we find that the marketing need completely different. The marketing need go through with the updated and technology and flexibility of communication. And looking in this situation, it came for strategic plan. The flexibility here is a very big issue. We have to be flexible with the marketing need and go through with the technology. This is a point out there. What exactly happened in Nokia, right? Okay. The next point is pricing. The one of big issue or a problem how to make a good price in our market. A lot of people think that low price is a very good point. You agree or disagree with this point? Yes, it depends. When we can buy with a very low price, low price. When we can use a low price,
it depends upon market needs.
yes, if we are talking about segment C, if we have A and B and C, if we are talking about C segment, I will compete with a low price. But if it's logic that if we are compete with the A plus and low price, A plus it means niche markets or people want to give a very good price. I need a quality. If I need a quality, I will think about low price? No. This is a situation where how to measure your customer. If they need a quality and they don't care about price, don't do less price. Right? I will do less price when if I deliver a product, the same quality of competitors. The same quality. If I have a unique product.
High quality. High price, sorry.
High price. This is the name of it. What is the maximum customer will pay? Maximum. If I will, for example, it's a unique product. Unique product. No one can deliver it. I have the only buyer of it. I will put a price like $1 and people buy. In this situation, I will upgrade the price $2 and people will buy it. So I will do $3 and $10. If I find people didn't accept to buy $10, it is a mean, it is a maximum. To have this point, we will decrease the price. Yes, the price, right? This is the only situation. If I give a unique product, this is the only situation. Okay? It's a very big it is a very important point. The pricing and the competitive price. We keen about it, right? Okay. It means that I have to finish. And it's my pleasure to be with you today. And by myself, Mona, and Academy Amal Business. It's our pleasure to be the first time in KSA, and our pleasure to be with you. Thank you very much for your interest, and see you again. Thank you.
هو هيقدر يحافظ على ان هو يكون مصدر ثقه
اكتر من المصادر الاخرى، لازم ان احنا نتلمس الاجيال الصغيره، اولادنا وطلبتنا بينظروا ازاي لعلامات الانترنت واللوجوز بتاعتها لما بيشوفوها على الشاشه. ممكن داخليا بتبعث قدامهم شيء من الثقه والبهجه، ان هو شيء متعود عليه وواثق فيه. هل الاساتذه والدكاتره هيقدروا يحققوا كده ولا لا؟ فهو ده السؤال. والمناقشات بتاعت الامس كانت جميله جدا، انما الواحد عايز يقول الثوره الصناعيه الرابعه ليها عمق كبير. هي اكتشاف وبدات في المانيا، وكان ليها منافسات في اماكن اخرى، والسايبر فيزيكال سيستمز الى اخره. اللي بينجح دلوقتي هو المسمى اندستري 4.0. انما السؤال اللي بيواجهنا برضه، هل احنا هنبقى مجرد يوزرز لبعض ملامح هذه الثوره، ولا احنا ممكن ننتهزها كفرصه ونسعى ان احنا ناخد فيها المقدمه، يعني فرصه طرح بعض الاسئله. شكرا جزيلا.
تفضل. انا اقترح تاخذ مجموعه اسئله 2-3 اسئله وتجاوب عليها عشان نفسح اكبر مجال الناس ياخذوا اسئله. يعني تفضل على سجل سؤال الاخ سؤال دكتور زميلنا الدكتور، تاخذ 2-3 وبعدين تجيب عليها باختصار عشان نحاول ناخذ. تفضل عزيزي. مش كذا اقتراح يا شباب، مش لازم كذا، ما عشان كذا.
شكرا دكتور على المحاضره الجميله بصراحه. حابب اسمع رايك ووجهه نظرك في دورنا نحن كمعلمين، في التاثير على الانسان، ودورنا كاباء من وجهه نظرك.
انك انهيت يعني المحاضره فهم الانسان واثر الثوره الصناعيه الرابعه على الانسان. طبعا الكريتيكال ثينكينج او يسمى التفكير المنطقي او التحليلي يعني بدا من زمان، ايام الفلاسفه الاغريق، ولا زال نتكلم عن الكريتيكال ثينكينج مع التغير في التقنيه او التغير في العلوم التقنيه وثوره الاتصالات. هل ترى في تغير للانسان في التفكير المنطقي التحليلي؟ هل فقط هذه القدره على يعني ربط بين المفاهيم والافكار والنقاش؟
سؤال عن الدكتور عبد الأحسن. أنا بس عندي ملاحظة ولكنها تقدر تحولها إلى سؤال يا دكتور، ولفتت انتباهي. دكتور النور قال عن لابد من منهج عشان تعرف العلوم مين بهالبساطة، مش من منهج في العلوم والمنهج ما تستطيع انك تاخذه من المختزلات. هذا يربط في ذهني في الثوره الصناعيه الثانيه لما جت هالبرامج بدأوا الناس يحرصون على تعلم التعامل معها. كان في الواقع حرصهم في غير محله، لأن المنتجين جابوا فكرة يوزر فريندلي لأنها من مصلحتهم. فصار أنت تستفيد من الظواهر وتختزل لك الأعماق في ظواهر قشور وتستفيد منها، بينما الأعماق متروكة لمنتجين اللي هو الوسيط الرقمي. فالوسيط الرقمي هذا يجب أن نعتقد أنه يبي يتطور، وإحنا بنتطور مع الكلاميين بحيث نتجاوز الفجوة حقت المنهج. هذا الشيء الثاني. الشيء الثالث، الشيء الثاني أحب لو تفضلت بس تزيد شرح عن تغير الزمان. المكان فهمت، لكن الزمان ودي لو سمحت بس زيادة توضيح. شكرا. تعليق أو سؤال، يعني كيف يمكن للمدرسة أن تعيد تعريف نفسها في ظل الثورة الصناعية الرابعة والثورات الصناعية الرابعة؟ يعني الآن من عصر الزراعة تقدم 100 عام، في عصر الميكنة 30 عام، في عصر الإنترنت 15 عام من بداية 2000. الآن ممكن أن نعيش
ثورة صناعية كل سنة أو كل سنتين، أو ممكن أن نعيش عدة ثورات صناعية في السنة الواحدة. فلا بد أن كما يقول هورد جاردنر we have to embrace the flexible mind. الفلكسبل مايند هذا يحتاج إلى البيروقراطية هذه نتجاوزها. الجامعات الآن عندها بيروقراطية، الدول عندها بيروقراطية. الفلكسبل مايند اللي يتحدث عنه هورد جاردنر يعني غير موجود. لذلك الآن العصر إذا كنا يعني هورد جاردنر قال ب 10 سنوات لا نحتاج إلى فلكسبل مايند، الآن نحن نحتاج إلى أكثر بحيث أننا نستطيع أن نتغير ونواكب ونجاري الثورات الصناعية التي تتم ليس كل سنة وليس كل 4 سنوات. الثورات الصناعية التي قد تكون عدة ثورات صناعية في السنة الواحدة. نحتاج إلى الفلكسبل مايند، نحتاج إلى المدرسة أن تكون تتبنى الفلكسبل مايند، الدول تتبنى الفلكسبل مايند، وأننا نكون تقليديين ونعلم معلومات لا يحتاجها سوق العمل ثم يتخرج ثم تزيد أعداد البطالة والانتفاق والبطالة التي تنتج الجريمة والفلوسة والمخدرات ومشاكل الدنيا كلها. الفلكسبل مايند هذا we have to embrace. كيف يمكن أن تعيد المدرسة يعني تعيد نفسها والجامعة تعيد نفسها في ظل يعني تبني التفكير المدني.
تعليق الدكتور، حضرت مؤتمر قبل سنة في برشلونة اللي هو الموبايل، فأنا الآن بعيدين كلهم يتكلمون الكلام على بزنس على التخصص. فكان مدير شركة سوني حق البلاي ستيشن هذا يقول حنا نسوي اللعبة للأطفال ونخليهم يلعبون من على مستوى العالم كذا. فهو كان على مسرح يقول ليه معلقة كذا سوي زي الطاير، شوف الحركة، يقول الطفل متعلق نخليه كذا معليش يعني رب. فيقول لما يتعلق الطفل وهو جالس كذا هو يبغى ينهي اللعبة. بعدين ناخذ وش يفكر الطفل اللي في البرازيل وفي المملكة وكوريا وكذا وشلون تكون النهاية، ثم نصنع اللعبة الثانية. إذا هم أخذوا رغبات أولادنا يا جماعة يفكرون اليوم بتفكير مختلف عنه. وحنا يوما ما احنا عام 95 96 97 98 في امريكا اول ما بدات الانترنت كانوا اساتذتنا توفوا بعضهم، الجامعه الزمتنا ندرب الاساتذه، فكانوا الاساتذه نفس اللي احنا نتكلم فيه اليوم كانوا قبل 20 سنه يتكلمون، فالزمتنا الجامعه كطلبه ان ندرب اساتذتنا ونعلمهم. فكان انا معي الايميل ومعي كذا وحتى زملائنا يعلقون جا الايميل راح الايميل الانترنت. فمو غريب دراسه خصائص التلاميذ المتغيره هي المنطلق الاول الذي يجب ان ننطلق منه ثم نغيره في الرساله.
السلام عليكم. يعطيك العافيه. صراحه في عندي كومنت بس بسيط. احس يعني احنا خلطنا ما بين مفهوم العبوديه ومفهوم الاعتماديه. انا ممكن اوافق نوعا ما مع الدكتور موسى فيما يخص انه التكنولوجي يعني هي حررتنا من العبوديه في مصادر المعلومات. يعني ما صار في شخص واحد نعتمد عليه في المعلومه، ما صار شخص واحد لازم اعتمد عليه عشان يعني اخذ يكون مصدر رزق. فعبوديه طبعا العبوديه غير اختياريه في الشخص، لكن الاعتماديه هذه خيار. نحن احس كل ما طبعا بحسب الموضوع اللي هو الثوره الصناعيه الرابعه حتكون طبعا اعتماديتنا على التقنيه اعلى. فاحنا الفكره كيف نلقى سبل اخرى عشان نقدر نفهم يعني مستوى الثوره الصناعيه اللي هي قادمه او احنا بدانا فيها كده اوريدي. فاتوقع يا دكتور انه فكره اعتماديه اكثر دقه من العبوديه، لانه احس التقنيه بتحررنا من العبوديه على البشر يعني الناس الثانيين. الا لو اعطيناهم الكنترول طبعا التكنولوجي نفسها على اساس هي تستخدمنا وهي يصير ذا الشيء، وهذا اتوقع حيكون كايند اوف يعني.
طيب انا اسمحوا لي ابدا من هذا السؤال الاخير لانه مهم. هو في دائما كل ثوره تقنيه تؤدي الى نقاش اخلاقي فلسفي عميق. أفلاطون، تصوروا أفلاطون يتحدث عن الكتابة وكأنها خطيرة على الشخص. يقول هذه الكتابة تفسد، تقليد الكتابة تفسد التفكير. يعني الإنسان عندما يكون فكره كله مقروء الإنسان لا يفكر، يأخذ الفكر من الآخرين، يأخذ ما مكتوب بدل ما يفكر بنفسه. إن كان حتى الكتابة أثارت هذا الجدل، المطبعة أثارت هذا الجدل. حضرت مرة محاضرة في نهاية التسعينات، كان بداية الإنترنت، عملتها واحدة باحثة حاول هاي كل نقاش نحكي عليه الآن الإنترنت ومشاعر وكذا وكذا، فشافت لنا بعض مقالات الجرايد قالت لنا هذه المقالات تصور أن كلها في الإنترنت، هذا ما له علاقة بالإنترنت. أول ما طلع على الإذاعة تفسد الكون وستنتهي الناس من الصحافة وستنتهي عصر الصحافة مكتوبة تماما لأن الإذاعة قالت الإذاعة لا تنهي عصر الصحافة. بعدين ما طلع التلفزيون، التلفزيون سينهي البشرية كلها سيعمل، ما انتهى شيء عن التلفزيون. كل اكتشاف يؤدي إلى هذا الجدل الغريب والبشرية ستنتهي والمشاعر ومش عارف كذا. هذا نفس الشيء، احنا ما أدركنا كل هذه النقاشات أو الإذاعة أو التلفزيون. في جانب سحري إلى حد ما في الإنترنت، في جانب سحري. حتى الناس اللي تسولها على أي شيء تقول له طيب أي كلام، يقول لا شوفه في جوجل اليوم. الأخ عبد الله الصالح راح على الرياض، لا شوف الإنترنت القادم. يعني صار هوس أسطوري في قصة الإنترنت كله وتحل مشاكل العالم وكذا. هي تقنية اتصال مثل غيرها، هذا حقيقة. ولكن ما نحكي عليه في العبودية شيء آخر، نحكي على خطوط الثورة التقنية عندما تخرج من مفهوم الإنسانية التقليدي. الإنسان رغم الإنسان لا معنى له إلا إذا افترضنا في مسألتين: مفهوم الكرامة اللي هو الديانات السماوية، ومفهوم الحرية التي أتت به الفلسفات الحديثة والقوانين الحديثة. هذا هو الإنسان، ما في أكثر منها. فكرة كرامة أن هذا الإنسان متميز بكرامته، والفكرة الثانية أن هذا الإنسان كائن حر يتحكم في مصيره، يختار بنفسه قيمه وقوانينه إلى آخره. هذه الفكرتين الإنسان. طيب إذا حدثت تجاوزت الثورة التقنية الثانية هذه الخطوط الأخلاقية وصار الإنسان يصنع بإنسجته مثل الآلة مع التميز عن الآلة، وصارت الآلة بنفس الوقت آلة واعية زي الإنسان، وفي نفس الوقت فقد حريته الفعلية، هل يصبح هو نفس الإنسان؟ ألا يكون عبدا في الحقيقة؟ طيب هذا الإنسان اللي ستصنع له أنسجته من البداية حتى لا يمرض، وستعطيه تتدخل في ميراث الجين حتى يصير ذكي ذكاء خارق، وستتدخل في ميراث الجين حتى يصير لا يغضب ويصير ودود ويصير بشوش ويصير كريم، وتتدخل حتى في تكوينه البيولوجي حتى يصير جميل. أنت صنعته بنفسك. هل هذا الإنسان حر؟ هو من البداية ليس حرا، لأنه موجه أن يكون ذكي، موجه أن يكون خلوق، موجه أن يكون كذا. أنت من البداية تدخلت في حريته الأصلية. هل هو حر؟ القصة ليست قصة اعتماد، القصة قصة حرية الإنسان نفسه. هذا هو المشكل. بعد الاستنساخ الجيني سيكون مشكل كبير. الاستنساخ الجيني الآن صار ناجح على مستوى الحيوانات. ما الذي يمنع أن تجني على الإنسان؟ ليس هناك أي مانع إلا مانع الأخلاق القانوني الآن، لكن لو تجاوزنا جانب الأخلاق القانوني انتهت. هذا الروبوت الآن في جيل جديد من الروبوت. عندك الآن لنا مفهوم نحكي عليه الآن حرب درون، درون بعد الآن أحد الفريق الشاجين. مفهوم الحرب
يسمى بنظريات الحرب العادله. جاست وار هذه اللي عملوا حول المسيحيين والمسلمين عندهم آداب الجهاد وأحكام الجهاد. لا تقتل المرأة ولا صبي ولا عجوز ولا محرم ولا يعرفوا بأخلاقيات الجهاد وقوانين. الحرب مفهوم الحديث مقننة أن الحرب الوحيدة المسموح بها هي الحرب الدفاعية، وقائمة على الفصل الجذري بين المدني والعسكري، أنك لا يجوز أن تتعرض للمدني لأنه ليس مشارك في الحرب، تحمي المدني، والحرب فقط هي الحرب الدفاعية. هذا هو نظرية الحرب الحديثة. الآن مع درونز هل ما زالت الحرب للحرب؟ هذا الضابط اللي جالس في أمام الكمبيوتر ويقتل الأشخاص ويجب الأماكن بتاعهم. وصاروا الآن الدول على الأقل عندها ضوابط. الآن الجماعات الإرهابية صارت تستخدم نفس التقنيات، لأن الدرونز تقنيته بسيطة التشكيل، وصاروا يقتلون الناس ويضربون في شيء جديد من الإرهاب. الإرهاب الآن خطورة هذه الثورة التقنية أنها صحيح ساعدت الناس ولكنها دعمت الإرهاب أيضا. الآن جيل جديد من الإرهاب هو الإرهاب السيبرنيتيقي، الإرهاب الإيديولوجي، الإرهاب كل قنابل فيروسات، كل هذه ستكون أيضا خطيرة. كل هذا حتى لا نرى إلا الجانب الإيجابي، هناك أيضا الجوانب السلبية في هذه التقنية، ولكن أخطر ما هو في الجانب السلبي فيها، أخطر ما فيها هو ما ذكرنا من قصة العبودية، أنه عبودية حقيقية. وهذا يعني أنه حصل ولكنه في تقنية سهل للوعي. سؤال تكرر مهم للغاية، دور المعلم الآن. أنا رأيي أن المعلم لا ينتهي والمدرسة لا تنتهي. كل هذه أوهام. لما كان يقال أن عصر التلفزيون سنه الإذاعة وأن عصر الإذاعة سنه الجرائد. الآن قبل 10 سنوات كان يقال أن الجرائد ستختفي نهائيا، عصر الصحابة انتهى. بالعكس، مبيعات الآن الصحف كلها تزيد في كل مكان من العالم وأرباحها تزيد، لكن الحامل هو الذي يتغير. الطبعات الإلكترونية صارت هي التي تجيب فلوس وليس الطبعات الورقية، بس ما تغير شيء. شو الفرق بين تقرأ جريدة في الآيباد وتقرأها في الوسط؟ نفس الشيء. المدرسة ستتأقلم وستتغير، لأن هناك وظيفة على الأقل باقية للمدرس لا يمكن أن تنتهي، هو رقيب المعرفة. لو تركت الناس تأخذ ثقافة من هذا الإنترنت تجد الغلط والسمين والصحيح والخطأ. أعطيكم مثال بسيط ليس للطالب العادي. هناك واحد كتب كتاب اختلق، قال إنه وعزاه كتب كتاب على كانت يلبسوا أرمان كانت، وعزاه قال انظر إلى كتاب الحياة الجنسية لكانت كتبه أرمان كانت، وعزل الكتاب هذا لا يوجد. فراح فيلسوف كبير اسمه برنارد أرنولد ليفي مشهور وعزل هذا الكتاب، وصارت فضيحة كبرى في الحقل الأكاديمي الجامعي. لأنه عزل شيء، فأنت لازم تحتاج إلى رقيب. الآن عندك هذه الأجهزة الخطوط هاي شو اسمها الإنارة الطريق هاي حمراء، لكن هلا غناها عن الشرطة. شبهونها عن الشرطة، في رقيب على هذه الأشياء دقيقة ونظرة. المعارف موجودة بس لازم المدرس ستبقى وظيفته كمنظم وكمراقب على المنهج، ولكن ستتغير كل وسائل الفهم. سؤالين طرحهم الأخوين مهمين. واحد حول قيد الزمان، أنت سألت يا أخ عبد الله عن قيد الزمان. قيد الزمان مهم للغاية. احنا حكينا على المكان المتغير، لكن الزمان ما هو الزمان. ندخل كثيرا في المسائل الفلسفية المعقدة، لكن هذه التقسيمات التي عندنا الماضي والحاضر والمستقبل هي مرتبطة بتفكير علمي رياضي عندنا. نفصل بين الآلات، وإلا هذا الزمان الرياضي ليس هو الزمان الحقيقي. هذا الزمان الرياضي اللي هو زمن أصبح هو الزمن الإداري، وأصبح هو الزمن السياسي، يعني تنظم الانتخابات كل 4 سنوات وإلى آخره. هذا الزمن ليس هو زمن الزمن، والدليل على ذلك أنك تعيش الزمن بطرق مختلفة. إذا كنت مرتاح تقول والله هاي السنة راحت ولا كان يوم واحد. إذا كنت منزعج تقول والله هذا يوم كأنه سنة كاملة. هذا يدل على أن المفهوم الوجودي للزمان ليس هو المفهوم الحسابي الرياضي إلى آخره. لكن لو تركنا هذا الزمن الذي مفهوم الزمن الذي عندنا لا تجعل الديانات التوحيدية. قبل الديانات التوحيدية الزمان ما كان زمان دائري، ولكن الديانات التوحيدية التي تقوم على فكرة عقيدة، مش فكرة عقيدة الخلق. الإنسان لم يكن موجود، وجد وسينتهي، وفي يوم من الأيام سيأتي البعث والآخرة. هذا البداية والنهاية والمآل إلى آخره. هذه هي النظرة، هذه العقيدة هي التي أتت بفكرة الزمن يتقدم، يتطور، يتحول. هذه الفكرة تمت علمنتها، تحولت إلى فكرة زمنية دنيوية مع نوعية التقدم الحديث. الإنسان كان مرحلة بدائية ويتطور ويتقدم. كل الآن صرنا نستخدم هذه العبارة، والله هذا مجتمع متخلف، هذول متقدمين، عندهم مرأة متحضرة وعندهم إنسان كذا. هذه فكرة التقدم والتحول والتطور، هذه الفكرة كلها مبنية على هذا الزمن التتابعي الخطي. يعني كل مرحلة أحسن مرحلة اللي قبلها إلى آخره. الآن هذا مفهوم زمن لم يعد مع الثورة التقنية موجود. لماذا؟ لأنك أنت في الزمن الافتراضي أولا لم يعد هناك حدود بين ما هو واقعي وما هو افتراضي. الافتراضي ليس هو الواقع وليس هو الخيال. الإنسان عادة عنده إطارين، واقعي خيال. عرفوا أن عروس البحر أنها وهم خيال. نحكي على الأطفال نحن عارفين أنها خيال. لكن الآن هذا الافتراضي ليس واقعي ولا خيال، وبعد ذلك له قوة الواقع من حيث التشكل، ولكنه ليس واقع عملي، واقع افتراضي. ثم هذه اللحظة التي تعيش الآن أنت تعيشها بالتزامن، لأن الشبكة الافتراضية تعطيك الحدث في نفس الآن. أنت كنت مثلا تعيش ظاهرة في أمريكا وتعرفها بعد يومين بعد 3 تشوفها إلى آخره. الآن تعيش لايف، العالم كله تعيشه بنفس الفترة. أنت تعيش في أمريكا وتعيش في القصيم بنفس الوقت وبنفس اللحظة التزامنية كما هي. فأنت لم تعد عندك ماضي واحد. ثانيا الكلام اللي كان يقول الآن دكتور أنا أعيش 3 دورات صناعية في السنة الواحدة. أنا أخذ أن حركة التاريخ لم يعد بإمكان أن تفصل فيها ما بين قديم وحديث. أن تعيش حداثة متصلة دائما متجددة. فأنت لم تعد تعيش لا في القديم ولا في الحديث. أنت تعيش في مرحلة ثالثة، لا هي مرحلة القديم ولا هي مرحلة الحديث. يعني حتى هذه الثنائية القديم والحديث لم تعد موجودة، تغيرت بصفة كاملة. في واحد اسمه بولفر كتب كتاب حول ما بعد 11 سبتمبر. يقول 11 سبتمبر 9/11 سوى يدرسوا من ناحية الأنثروبولوجيا. يقول إن كل الأحداث، كل الحضارة الحديثة بنيت على أن الجديد لم يعد ممكن. الجديد لم يعد ممكن. العالم صار ماشي بطريقة أوتوماتيكية، ليس في جديد. يعني ما هو الجديد؟ الجديد هو الحروب والمجاعات لم يعود يتصور في العالم الحديث، العالم الغربي لم يعود يتصور حدث كبير. لن تقع حرب، لن تقع مجاعة، لن يقع شيء مهم. ولذلك التاريخ لا يتغير، يجي ترامب، يجي ماكرون، يجي نفس المجتمع، نفس الاحداث، نفس كذا الى اخره. فيقول مشكلة الناس في التعامل أين إلى من وقعت أن أحد الإرهابية تقع في كل مكان في العالم الثالث الآن. يعني ما مات في أمريكا أقل مما مات في ما يموت يوميا في الهند، وما يموت في باكستان، وما يموت في حروب رواندا وفي افريقيا الى اخره. هذه مجتمعات تعيش تاريخ ما زالت، مجتمعات تعيش الحروب والمجاعات. بينما هناك يقول لك لا. يحكي لك قصه، يقول لك في واحد امريكي عامل دراسه تقنيه يثبت فيها لا شيء يحدث، وراح جاب كاميرا وحطها في الابراج حتى يبين ان نفس الاشخاص كلهم يتغيروا، كلهم ما شيء يتغير. هذه الكاميرا هي التي الوحيده التي سجلت انفجار الهواء. يقول المشكله الان ان الزمن لم يعد موجودا في المجتمعات الحديثه، ولذلك يقع اي خبر يصير حدث، يصير دس ناس في الشارع، موت شخص، حدث كبير وتلفزيونات لايف نهار كامل. بينما الاف يموت يوميا في افريقيا في اسيا. يقول هذه دليل على ان مفهوم الزمن صار هناك مشكل مع مفهوم الزمن، صار هناك مشكل مع مفهوم التحول. لانه الغريب هو ان التحول يحدث يوميا بسرعه متواتره، ولكن الناس عاجزه عن ادراك التحول. هذه العقده. يقول هذه هي المشكله الكبرى. سؤال الاخ الدكتور علي مهم، يعني هي قضيه التفكير التحليلي والنقدي، هل يتغير هذا الكريتيكال ثينك؟ هل يتغير التفكير؟ انا رايي، وهذا منتهي الان، انا رايي المشكله الكبرى الان مع هذه الثوره التقنيه الثانيه، عمليه التفكير تقتضي مسافه، تقتضي مسافه تحليليه، لا تدخل مسافه تحليليه. بينما انت تعيش الحدث في تموجات سريعه. ايام زمان كان هناك معنى للمؤرخ، كان هناك معنى للمحلل، كان هناك معنى للجالس. الان الانطباع اليومي تويت تقريبا 150 كلمه صارت تاخذ محل البحث والنقد التحليل. كله مساتل. انا ما كنت ادرس في دراسات عليا كان مطلوب مني ادرس مثلا فلسفه هيجل، كان مطلوب مني ادرس 70 كتاب لهيجل مع 200 كتاب في شرح هيجل بالانجليزي، بالفرنسي، بالعربي، وانا مضطر ان اقرا، قرات كلها. الان اقول اطلب منكم فقط ان تقرأوا مقدمه كتاب فينومينولوجيا الروح لهيجل، ولا احد يقرا. حب يقرا شويه في تويتر، في الفيسبوك، يشوف ويكيبيديا ولا تقرا. من يقرا الكتب الان؟ ناس تقرا انطباعات، شوف تويت، شوف تغرده في الفيسبوك، فتناقلها الناس كله. الكتب الاساسيه لا احد يقرا. مين يقرا الكتب الان؟ لا احد. كلها
في بس لو سمحت بس انا يعني كتبت دكتور عبد الله قبل الاجتماع، انا كنت كتبت مقالات عن وجوب اختزال العلم في تويتات 440 حلقه عشان يقولوا الناس. يجب ان ننتقل الى اختزال المعلومات لتكون على مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي، تويتر
احنا مضطرين لهذا، ما حد يقرا.
انا باك بس واحده دقيقه عشان انت، واحده دقيقه بس، يعني عشان موضوع المؤتمر، كيف نهيئ جامعاتنا لتكون مشاركه في الثورات الصناعيه القادمه غير مستهلكين لها. نحن في العالم العربي والاسلامي مستهلكين لهذه الثورات الاسلاميه خصوصا في العالم العربي. كيف نهيئ جامعاتنا في نص دقيقه يا دكتور 1 2 3 لتكون مهيئة للمشاركة في خلق ثورات صناعية قادمة، الثورة الصناعية الخامسة والسادسة وإلى آخره. لو سمحت. يعني 1 2 3 إذا كان
أنا أدري فقط مش حتى المسألة الأولى الأساسية هي المواكبة. المواكبة، نحن عندنا فرصة ذهبية الآن مواكبة. نحن أيامنا لما كنا طلبة لا يمكن أن نواكب نتيجة الفجوة الجاب الكبير ما بيننا مع الآن على الأقل هذه الثورة التقنية الثانية أتت بإمكانات التزامن أنك يمكن نفس المعلومات التي تحدث اليوم تقرأها اليوم في اليوم المكتبة الدكتور علي تلقى آخر إحدى الدراسات التي نفس المكتبة اللي موجودة في أمريكا هي المكتبة الموجودة في اليوم. هذا أول شيء. المواكبة أهم شيء. المسألة الثانية الفلكسبيتي اللي تحكي عليها. الآن لازم نتخفف من هذه القيود المرهقة في العمل التطوعي. لا بد أن نتخفف منها. بدون الفلكسبيتي لا يمكن أن نواكب ولا يمكن أن نصل على المعلومة. فأنا رأيي أن المواكبة والمرونة هو الشرطان الأساسيان. شكرا.
شكرا سعادة الدكتور. نقدم يعني هدية الثانية في جامعة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا سعادة الدكتور تكون ذكرى تكون في مكتب يتذكر فرصة وهذا المدرس. لا تكتبون اسمه عليها.
أبو الفلاسفة.
أنت يعني قبلت بالتركيا الدكتوراه.
To analyze the authenticity and data. So those are things that I think are increasingly, because we don't
to achieve a goal. And the goal right now is achieving Vision 2030. Vision 2030 cannot be achieved just by saying a few words and writing it on walls. Vision 2030 can be only achieved by developing human capital in the country. And all of us, whether we are A, B, C, D, or even Z class, zippies, they are going to achieve Vision 2030, and we are together. We want to help you, and we want you to help us.
We are in the market since 20 years. 5,000 students graduated from UBT, and they are leading most of the companies and some government jobs. And we are here, we invite you to come, we want to learn from you. And I'm sure Professor Usama Janadi, Director of the University, will be so happy to sit down together, try to find a way, working together, transfer the knowledge you have under your college. We are ready for any future communication. We are not far away from each other. And thank you so much. I came especially to thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Are relevant and will imbue a lot of the work. So things around global awareness, environmental issues, health, literacy, we talked about, et cetera, et cetera. So this is, I think, just one representation. You'll see others out there of 21st century students. But for us in the education field, it's useful to think, okay, how does this align with the curriculum that we're currently associated with, whether we're in the administration or we're professors or teachers or whatever it might be. How much of this aligns with the curriculum that you're particularly associated with today? And what should we expect at the secondary school level? So I think there's a difference between the different levels of school. So primary school, secondary school, the first level of kind of higher education, that first cycle, and then the graduate or postgraduate level. But what should we expect from secondary school? Because I think if we do just do things the traditional way that you would see sort of at the beginning of the 20th century, you'll get a lot of this. People are not going to be engaged, the students are not going to be engaged with sort of just a traditional curriculum. And obviously this is what we want to avoid. And with the particular reliance on tablets and smartphones, etc., it's going to be harder to keep the attention of the students and engage in the ways, because we need to be more ambitious with what we're trying to achieve now in terms of their education, not less. So let me shift now to talk a little bit about what we at the College Board came up with. And this really came out of a project in the mid-late 1950s. So the College Board is a membership nonprofit organization that focuses on connecting students to higher education. That's our mission. We've been around for over 100 years to do that. And we had a conference in the 1950s, and some of our member institutions, some elite universities in the US, Harvard University and Princeton University, got together and they said, well, we have some really strong students that have done some particularly advanced things, you can imagine, at the secondary school level, in high school. They've been doing great work. And then we have other students who are coming in with a very traditional kind of average background, bright students, but they haven't had as many options. What if we could teach our introductory level courses at the university, but to students that are still in secondary school? That way we could sort of start teaching some of the more interesting and advanced stuff when they first get to us at the university. And what came out of this was the idea of advanced placement. So advanced placement is, or AP, is actually courses that are basically the first level of the university course taught to students at the very end of secondary school. We now have 38 of them. I'll walk you through kind of what those are in brief, in a number of different areas. And it's different than sort of a full curriculum where schools teach a set curriculum, everyone sort of teaches the same thing, in the sense that schools can offer one of these, two of these, three, or a whole set of a dozen different of these advanced placement courses. And
And that gives their students an advantage when they get to university if they've taken one of those courses. So, as you can see here, each one's modeled on the university level course. We'll talk about how they're developed in just a moment. They're now taught around the world and also recognized by universities at this point in about 60 different countries. And they're recognized in a couple different ways. So some universities will use them for admissions purposes. So here in Jeddah, King Abdulaziz University, their College of Engineering is actually going to be offering sort of a fast-track admission to the College of Engineering for students that have taken AP Physics C. So they're looking specifically for students that have done AP Physics as a criterion to be selected to the College of Engineering at King Abdulaziz University. That's just one example of some of these interesting programs where students can be sort of tested at that university level while they're still in secondary school. And what's interesting about it is that when our schools teach, I say our schools, I mean the schools that teach these courses, they're not necessarily affiliated with us. When they teach students advanced placement, we have done some research that shows, compared to a very similar student, so students that have the same academic performance in high school, students that have same sort of scores on standardized tests, if they've taken an advanced placement course, the research shows that they do better at the university level. So some sort of very rigorous research that shows the benefits of that. The courses are developed by doing a survey of about 800 different universities, asking what's in your syllabus, what's in your courses, what are the skills that you expect that your students are going to have at the end of your course, and then based on that survey, that's how we set the curriculum. And one of the things that's interesting is this beginning with the end in mind. So we look at, all right, what do we expect after the courses students to be able to do in terms of their skills? What content do we expect them to know? What knowledge do we expect them to have? And then we design the framework from there. So this is a list of the 38 different courses, AP courses that students can take, that schools can use to teach students. As you can see, they are across 7 different categories or disciplines. But one of those is interdisciplinary, and we're going to talk about that one today, because I think it's particularly relevant from the perspective of 21st century skills. So I've highlighted 2 of these that I think are particularly relevant from a 21st century skills perspective, from a 4th industrial revolution perspective, so that students can actually, so we have 2 different computer science advanced placement courses. A computer science A is a coding, or I think we have a cat here somewhere. Computer science A is a programming course, basically. It's a coding course, so that students learn different languages, how to code, if they haven't done that previously. And the other one is computer science principles. So this is really more looking at the ways that a computer scientist would approach a problem, the data around that, and including more data literacy and mathematical approaches to solving problems. All right. I feel like that's me. I don't know. It's like coming from myself or something. So I said, and the other one that we'll talk about more in depth is AP Capstone, because this is really, it's one of our newest advanced placement courses. We did a lot of work over the last decade as we thought about 21st century skills and said, okay, how do we potentially move away from a traditional discipline-centric way of teaching and address those skills that we looked at in that wheel, and that our members, since we're a membership organization, kept saying we want our students to learn these skills. So we'll talk about what this looks like, but I think some of these things like analyzing information, quickly, accurately, with precision, being able to craft, communicate, and defend evidence-based arguments are really key ones that you'll see in the list here. And of course, our members being universities, they also want research skills to be taught as well. So the first part of this, we developed a two-part course called AP Capstones. The first part is called the Seminar, and that is really similar in some ways to research methods. This familiarizes students with, okay, well, what's quantitative versus qualitative research. Let's talk about, let's take a look at some of the themes that you might use to address a particular issue, and then how does that flow in, and how do you look at that from the perspective of different disciplines. So students will take, a complex question, they'll develop some evidence-based arguments around it, and then they have to communicate professionally the results of their work in basically studying one of these questions that has to be somewhat original. But it's really the process of learning by doing through project work. Okay, what are the different types of sources that I might have? How do I find them? How do I document that? And what types of research are best used for different types of research questions? This is just some examples of the types of things that students will do in AP Seminar. So looking at the Chinese real estate market and how that relates to Chinese culture. So marrying real estate finance with culture is sort of that multidisciplinary approach. Or artificial intelligence and the art community. So the visual or plastic arts with AI and technology. Those are kind of the multidisciplinary approaches to a theme that students might address in AP Seminar. And you can see here, those are things that you can find online. And I actually, the second part, AP Research, students will do even more research and present it. And you can YouTube, AP Capstone presentation, AP Research, and you'll see all these presentations from students, what they've done. A lot of times they'll film their presentation, which is really neat. And it's fun to just take a listen to what some of them have done. And amazing to think, okay, there are 17-year-olds out there, 18-year-olds that are actually doing original research. So the first part of it, AP Seminar, this is basically, it's designed to be a 2-year course. The first year is in that evaluation of ideas, and the second year is more focused on the research and contributing to academic conversation. So they'll look at, okay, well, what's the existing body of knowledge? Where are the gaps? What would be an interesting topic to add to the community of knowledge creation? And how can I take part in that? Again, when you think about the age of these students that they're doing this, it's really pretty amazing. And some of them have been published in scholarly journals, which is really incredible. So I want to leave time for questions as well. But how does this relate to 21st century skills? These are some of the examples that I've thought of, being able to analyze different perspectives, looking at the different types of sources, what's the data behind that, what's potential bias from those sources, looking at the different research methods that are employed in scholarly work, and then being able to produce it on their own. And then lastly, the communication skills.
Before we say anything, we would like to thank UBT, and in particular Dr. Abdullah Dahlan and his team for their hospitality and infinite generosity. The theme of the conference, and of course we have to thank all the staff as well who have been looking after us. So Thank you very much. Just the theme of the conference is about the fourth industrial revolution. What we think so-called the fourth industrial revolution. This presentation is inspired by Dr. Mohamed Dahlan, who unfortunately is not with us here, unable to come here with us. But his enthusiasm has inspired this presentation and this paper. You can see that there are four authors here. The first one is Professor Benny Yukin, who is next to me, my colleague. She's been with me for the last 20 years. We have been teaching together. We have supervised PhD students together. I think between us we probably finished about 30, 25 PhD students of various issues on management, tourism, leisure. And of course, we also host quite a lot of conferences. We've been chairman of many conferences, on scientific committees, on reviewers, and other things. The fourth professor, Dr. Likia Abjeli, she is now in Crete. She is teaching. She was unable to come with us as well. We would like her to come, but this is the people who are got in this paper. And so the title of the paper is the impact of the fourth revolution and this revolution on business, tourism, and education. We talk about tourism because we work quite a lot in tourism. My colleague here, Professor Wicken, is a tourism specialist. You can see the structure of the paper, small introduction, and then we've got the first industrial revolution, the second, the third, and the fourth. We are not quite sure about this classification. When you use the term revolution, it suggests to us that there is a cut-off from one stage to the other. One can argue that before the first industrial revolution, there was a medieval time, and there was a complete transformation to the first industrial revolution. Since then, the term of second industrial revolution, to me, and perhaps to us, is a bit strange. When we talk about revolution, it means a complete dislocation, a complete sort of end with the past. While in reality, the first industrial revolution has given birth to the second. And the second, so it has seeds of the first revolution. The second revolution has been birth to the third one, which people will argue that we are in now, and others argue, they might say that we are embarking on the fourth revolution. So to us, because each one gives rise to the other, we think that the correct term should be evolution rather than revolution. Revolution is a threatening word. For us as academics, we will say, well, okay, if we are coming to the fourth revolution, then are we relevant? Because the fourth revolution is about robotics. And so what's our relevance? So I think because even now, if we assume that we are in the fourth industrial revolution, there are seeds even of the first one. If you like, slave labor still exists in
we saw those things sort of marrying art and artificial intelligence, real estate finance and Chinese culture. That multidisciplinary approach, I think, is important, more important than ever. Generally raising skills and competencies, that idea of designing what those competencies are from the very beginning with the end point in mind. This one I think is really interesting because it's not easy. I work with universities for the College Board to move dramatically a place in these global rankings of universities. So the goal by 2030 to have 5 in the top 200 international universities in the international rankings is significant. One of the big drivers and where universities fall on these lists is the amount of original research that's the output and how cited that research is. And so one of the things that the university members of the College Board are most excited about with AP Capstone is the fact that it teaches research at a very early age so that students come into the undergraduate level already prepared and competent to start doing more research more competently. Not that they're experts at the end of that, but they've already been exposed, they've already done some of that, they know how this works. And so that I think is pretty significant to preparing students to be scholars. This one I think is interesting as well, raising the social capital index of residents. And this one could be interpreted in different ways. You could think of different aspects of this, but I think one of the important ones is thinking about this evaluation of conversations and the sources of those conversations and being able to form and defend an argument based on evidence around that, I think is linked to that idea. And then lastly, being able to close the gap between what students graduate with from higher education and the requirements of work. Well, this is something we're all facing. I think that's one of the major points of this conference is how do we prepare for this fourth industrial revolution? And again, I would emphasize it's the opportunities and it's the risks with the dramatic nonlinear changes in technology. So those were 5 that came to mind on Vision 2030 and how it links back to 21st century skills. And that's my presentation. I welcome you to contact me if you have any questions about our work at the College Board, advanced placement, or anything else that's been mentioned today. So, thank you. Any last questions?
Robotic management. So it's all about robots and taking over our skills, our knowledge.
For a microphone, maybe? Can you give her a
The
microphone?
question therefore arises whether the development, this development, would be an effective substitute for the human touch in an industry which is very much socially interactive. And issues raised in this paper will be explored with you either at the end of doing our presentation. I'm just going to say very briefly about the impact of the first industrial revolution on higher education, because a lot has been told, yes, and you probably heard it yesterday, about what is the first industrial revolution, yeah? So I'm just going to briefly state here with you about the impact on higher education. Right. Again, this day is just arbitrary, yes? Some claim it's a different day, but beyond this purpose of this seminar, I just want you to take it on board that it's not the exact date, yeah? Higher education, in the UK anyway, it was for the privileged few. Very few people travel abroad for their education and for the holidays, of course. And it was the dominant classical education. These privileged few people would go on a grand tour down the south of European countries. They visit Italy, Greece, Turkey, and all these countries. And the majority, however, of the population was uneducated. Some of the people could not even write their own name. So if they had to sign a piece of paper, they would ask them to write a cross. So things have changed a lot, haven't they, since the first industrial revolution. And child labor was dominant, and of course there were long, long hours. Okay, just a few words for the second industrial revolution to see how higher education has changed since the first. Training of the workforce was on the shop floor, and this was the beginning of the start of technical education. Technical education and vocational education, of course, was dominant. And now, of course, we are in the third industrial revolution, and some claim, as Professor Bakir was mentioned right at the beginning, that we're still in the third industrial revolution. Forget about the fourth industrial revolution because it doesn't exist yet. Yes? It only exists, and of course it's only a concern of few people who are really concerned about the robots. Yeah? And it's all about globalization. Now, what is globalization? It means that it's a flow of ideas. Yes, you all know that. Capital, yes. Commodities, and of course people. And tourism is all about people traveling from A to B. Yeah? Now then, let's have a look at the impact on the third industrial revolution on higher education. There has been an increased role of women now entering universities for a degree, and of course they gaining top jobs in industry and responding to social economic change. You can see there is a close relationship between what the economy wants and dictates and of course what education, how education can lead into the industry. Okay, global information society, you've heard that. People are saying now, those academics, that we still live in a global information society, post-industrial society. There are several levels to describe that age. And it offers a complex web of forces. Okay, higher education in the third industrial revolution, there's been an expansion of access. Even working mothers who still had young children, they would go on access courses, how to access university, that was in the UK. And there was a proliferation of multiple types of higher education institutions, both public and private. There was an opening education opportunity for the working class, and it is safe for all. And higher education is accessible to all, at last. So here we have the fourth industrial revolution. At this point, I'll pass you over to Professor Bakir, who's expert for this segment.
Thank you. So the fourth industrial revolution is, as you can see from the programs about robotics, is the infusion of so many technologies, the physical with the biological and with the digital. We had, in fact, when we did this presentation, when we first wrote it, it was much more expanded. But listening yesterday to all the presenters, more than 3/4 of our presentation was already said. So we didn't really want to repeat and just in. Quite a lot of things we heard yesterday about the robots industry and how it's infused the integration of various technologies. And how they want to take over the world. Quite sort of interesting ideas. And of course, in tourism, robotics was very they pioneered in robotic industry and in digitization. And we are looking for the unknown. What will happen to society? Is it a threat, the new technology, or is it an opportunity? And again, in terms of higher education, is that the classroom for the future? And where do we sit as lecturers, as educators? You've got the virtual class, e-learning, you can do it without coexistence. So questions that need to be raised. We said yesterday that about 75 million jobs will be lost, and about 130 million will be created. Which job will be lost and which job will be created? So it's quite a question which needs to be answered by us as educators and society in general. So what is the form of education is in the fourth industrial revolution? Expansion started in the third revolution, and that will continue in higher education. There will be increased diversity because quite a lot of people will be accessing education from their homes. So they have the housewife, the under class, the working class, they will all be doing virtual learning. So there will be increased diversity. The research, which was before local and national, now more global. If you want to do any research paper, any subject, you simply log in and you can get papers from all over the globe about any subject. So the research is very much joined together and very much integrated and more globalized in the fourth revolution. And of course the online technologies will accelerate even more. So that will continue accelerating. We talk about education. What is the core mission of education? We feel there are two aspects of education which are at the core of what it should be. It should be about ensuring that quality of learning via teaching. This is quite interesting. We have highlighted the learning and teaching. So you learn, and we say via teaching. What sort of teaching is it going to be in the fourth industrial revolution? I think it's a few questions we need to ponder on. And of course, the other goal is to enable students to obtain the latest knowledge. Will they do it through computers? Will computers be able to teach them about how to be empathetic, how to communicate, how to use social skills? Is that possible through computers and robotics? So these are questions which are posed by this advancement of technology. And of course, that also suggests that we need new strategies, and new teaching strategies, and organize work in a different way. We can all obtain online degrees now. How work is are these degrees? Yesterday there was quite a discussion about the here in Saudi Arabia. The ministries are not acknowledging e-learning qualification. And also it has implications for what program we want to learn, how the learning experience of students going to be advanced, and what is their lifelong learning and courses. This is the way we have been taught. Is that still available? Is that still necessary? So the continuation of online and enhanced technology, and this has been adopted increasingly by the majority of higher institutions and universities. It will enable the courses to be delivered efficiently. So cost is a issue. Many people adopt e-learning because it is cheaper. The question is how effective it is. Will e-learning satisfy all our educational needs? So I think it should be remembered that cost is a driving factor in adopting technology. Technology is, in our view, can be adopted to enhance teaching, to make our job easier to communicate with students. the issue is with the universities is it have adopted to possibly to replace or an attempt to replace teaching. So how effective it is? Yes, it is efficient, but is it effective? It will benefit students from diverse backgrounds, including women, as my colleague has said. And of course, with virtual learning, campus will be open anytime and accessible at night. Campus is there because it's virtual. And along with that has been a growth of online education. And we just say effective, efficient, but how effective? If you look at this picture here, most of the people, now that they leave university, that's how they go.
Is it correct? Do you think that's the correct way of saying it?
It depends.
It depends on how
If you're using AAME, African American vernacular English, it's right.
So things can be assessed, and the effectiveness.
Two negatives there though. We don't need no education. And two negatives grammatically
Means
claim
positiveness.
that it is,
It's a confirmation. Assertive.
grammatically. I used to teach grammar, by the way,
Me too.
years and years ago. That's how I started my teaching career.
So students communicate in the language they use to it with their iPhone, iPad. But is it correct? Is it effective? And are they, in a sense, if you want to ask, are they educated? And of course, if you go into the way of online courses, this is also prevalent. So what is happening here? That the artificial intelligence and digital transformation is depersonalizing the experience of teaching through robotic management. Will that substitute for the human touch? In tourism industry, it's very human, very interactive. Would you be satisfied with being greeted by robots? Business will say yes. Experience of consumers is different. Skills such as empathy, can you get that to virtual environment? Can they teach you to be empathetic? Would you learn problem solving, communication, teamwork? I think you have to station for that. Well, tourism is about communication to people. If you based on what I about the artificial intelligence, then you talk with machines. There is no personal touch. I mean, when you want to talk to people, you want to see their faces. You want to interact with them. It's very difficult to interact with the machine, isn't it?
Yeah. So is it an advantage or disadvantage?
It depends how you look at it.
There are two perspectives. Some will see it as being positive, none will see it as being negative. Okay, robotics teaching. Perhaps if you had a robot here, we could explain the issue you just raised. But is this the future of tourism education? I would like you to really think hard here. Is this the future of education? Or perhaps you would like to see rather a robot here smiling to you rather than me, what do you think? And
We can have you, of course.
yes, you can, implement robotics to teach at a certain level, higher levels.
Okay. We'll come to that actually later on. Any other?
Well, maybe sometimes the effective way of learning is by intellectual learning. So with robots, I don't think it's more intellectual than a human. In a human, you can always interact, you can always discuss, you can always have new ideas. But with robots, I think it's limited to the inputs they have.
It would be interesting also to see if they can, substitute body language. Because body language says a lot about the individual, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's why I say it depends on the input.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Okay, tourism education. Just because tourism is our specialty, we have been teaching tourism for over 20 years now. So we are going to focus now on how this impacts tourism education in business. Now, it is very important the relation between jobs and education to the development of human capital. And this is recognized by the United Nations. And this is here, the Sustainable Development Goals, yes, is articulated in number 4, quality of education. Now, students, when they go on a tourism education course, what skills do they gain? They gain skills needed to succeed in travel and tourism industries in order to, at the end of the degree, to be employable. So read and write, I would say, are the basics in arithmetic. Specializations in tourism education. You can find courses which are specializing in environmental management, in development and marketing, in cultural, sport, medical. The list is endless. Yes. Aviation as well, that's part of the tourism courses. Sometimes, they combine a degree which is on travel, and aviation, and tourism marketing. Sorry?
Hotel management, catering as well.
Hotel management, yes, exactly, yeah. I think that's coming, yeah. Anyway, what sort of things do we teach them when we put together this package here for the students? Sustainability. I'm the founder of an organization which is called Tourism and Sustainability, because everything depends on sustainability. And management, that's another thing we do, and I think Professor Bakir teaches management also. Yeah. And marketing, we used to teach a course on tourism marketing, both of us together sharing it, because marketing, of course, is all about people's experiences and consumer behavior and motivation. Yeah? And economics. You can't do a course without knowing a little bit about the economics, so the business or whatever. Travel and transport, development, policy, and planning. Planning is very crucial to the success of any tourism project. So before you construct, say, a big hotel, you need to plan. Is a demand for that holiday resort or that hotel or that tourism business, for you to set up. Okay, hospitality is also part of tourism. You can see the list descendants. Leisure activities, museums, attractions. Now, the first thing I asked, and the first thing I searched on Google was, what are the major attractions in Jeddah? Yes? Because when people travel, they want to visit, museums, they want to see the major attractions.
What did you find?
Not much. And there are, we're talking about it, there's a white mosque, for instance, a floating mosque. And when I was asking some colleagues here, they were saying, don't know there is a floating mosque here. And of course, some of the mosques are beautiful. I used to work in Malaysia for over a year, and I have to say, I always used to visit mosques because you learn a lot about visiting temples, mosques, churches. Learn a lot about the lifestyle. Yeah, it's part of the culture. So yes, it was quite interesting. The mosque was that, and the founder, wasn't it? The founder, which is the highest founder. Yes. Yeah. So these are the two. There could be more, but we can pass us at least. That would be great. Recreation, events, and festivals. Do you have many festivals here in Jeddah? Recently.
Concerts.
Sorry?
We have a lot of concerts.
Okay. And what about events? Sports events and that? Okay.
Talking about Jeddah, but Saudi Arabia is a very big country. And there are quite a community. Saudi Arabia, anywhere else, is a very tourist attraction because of the variety of topography, the culture is very different. The places that can be visited, especially in terms of ritual and religious tourism, if the tourists are only allowed to just have a look at the Kaaba, for instance, or if they go to visit the sort of the cemeteries of the Prophet and the Sahaba. So there's quite a lot of things in there, and we were looking here in the photography section. There is a bit which looks like a jungle part of Saudi Arabia. Nobody knows that. So there's quite a lot of things which can be done and can be promoted and looked after. Need I think a change of mentality and a change of outlook. So we shouldn't just talk about Jeddah, I think. Fountains, yes, and floating mosques. But Saudi Arabia is a huge country with a huge potential everywhere. That's what we've seen.
Yeah, of course, Arabia offers lots of things to different people. What are your interests? So you may visit for religious purpose. So you may visit it because you're interested in sport or conferencing, like both of us are here for the conferencing. Conferencing actually is a huge business. Aviation, you need transport, don't you? Even within the destination that you visit, you want to move from A to B. And if you are short of time, you want got 1 week, you may even hire your own other car or your own helicopter if you can afford to, or even you have your own jet. So aviation plays a major role in tourism. And sports. What sports do you have here in Saudi Arabia? Sorry? So, football. Is that the main sport? And boxing? Swimming. Okay. What does it say? Tourism is quite a complex subject. Yeah? And it's a multidisciplinary field, so it goes well with several other sort of disciplines. It is approached by geographers, sociologists, psychologists, economists, anthropologists, lawyers, planners, statisticians, managers, and marketeers. Okay, where do they work then? They work in businesses, souvenir shops, NGOs. Do you understand NGOs? Tourism consultancies. We both did some consultancy work on ecotourism in Crete and educational establishments. Okay. They capture tourism businesses now. Virtual reality allows contact in real time, enabling people to share holiday experiences. We all do that, don't we? And wherever we go, we need to take a picture, a selfie, yeah? Robots carrying out strange jobs, of course, such as waitresses, cleaning, garbage, are replacing human beings. And tourism suppliers benefit from reservation, marketing, guest services, operational management, human resources, and security. Okay, land. Yes, immediately want the demand now instant gratification. Yeah? We all in the society now. Yes, we take a picture. And this tourism leads the way in the fourth industrial revolution, the so-called industrial revolution. Travelers are constantly connected. They search for information, whether you travel for work or business. First thing we do is get information. Share experiences on social media. When I go back, perhaps I'll put a picture, the diversity of people I met. And it tells the story, doesn't it? Because you don't have to say very much. Give the impression as well of what it is like to go to Saudi Arabia. Yes. And demand instant gratification. How many likes do I get? Oh, I have to wait a day for the likes of this picture. Do you all put pictures on social media? How many of you are on social media? Instagram, Twitter, oh, only two, three, all of you? Oh, great, I thought we just made so Professor Bakir. But you don't, do you? Why is that? Okay.
From what my colleague was saying, we see that tourism leads the way in artificial intelligence. Because travelers in this industry are always connected. They search for information, they search for experience, share experiences on social media as you're relating to, and they demand instant satisfaction. They are the first to apply technology to travel experience. So here you've got, as you enter from here, machines which will
So part of this idea of tolerance and why people are intolerant is because people like to split into different groups. So part of teaching toleration is to encourage people to see others as individuals. So rather than seeing others as one big massive group where you think everybody is kind of the same, it's about seeing people as individuals and not as just one big homogenous group. Another important way to get people to get on in society and there not to be any problems is to try to encourage empathy. So I've been looking at ethnocultural empathy. So things that are related to like to race and things like this. And basically what empathy means, so I've got pictures of lots of shoes on the screen, is because when we empathise, we basically try to imagine what it's like to walk in somebody else's shoes. So empathy is about trying to understand the position of the other person and trying to understand their life and trying to, just basically trying to walk in the shoes of the other person. So what this starts coming towards now is social psychology. So within education, teaching about social psychology. So why I think this is important is I used to teach for the local authority, and I used to teach mature people. I used to teach adults, and I used to teach them a GCSE qualification, which is a high school qualification, and it was for adults who were returning to learning. So I don't know if, I'm not sure if you'll all understand what I mean, but basically the people that will come to my class were white working class people, some ordinary people with ordinary jobs, most of them, or not working actually. And they wanted to get back into education. So I was teaching them sociology and psychology. So I found when I was teaching them certain topics, that if they were racist, or even if they didn't know they were racist, that they were changing their minds and they were turning around. And they would say to me in the class that either they would blatantly say, you know, I've changed, you know, and I don't feel that I'm racist anymore. Or some of them would have said, I didn't realise that I was racist until I started learning this stuff. They didn't realise, they hadn't considered that the assumptions that they were making about other people could be constituted as prejudice or could be constituted as racism. So I've designed a set of resources and they're based on teaching about social psychology. So I picked out one example here to share with you. And this is the theory of conformism. And Ash was the person that came up with this, and it describes the relationship between a group of individuals, and it's the way that we're all influenced by other people. It's a bit like, if you think about, you know, sometimes in the UK we say like, you know, people are behaving like sheep, or we call people sheeple, because we do tend to conform to the group, we do tend to do what everybody else is doing, and it can be difficult to break away from that. In everyday life, it's not much of an issue. If you want to follow other people, if you want to follow fashion, if you want to get the same handbag as other people, the same shoes, or support the same football club, that's not a problem. But the problem with conformism is that sometimes it can go further than this, and sometimes it can be a really serious issue. And there was research done by Milgram, and he did Milgram after World War II, and he was looking at the Holocaust. And he wanted to find out what is wrong with German people that they committed these terrible acts. And he seriously thought that there was something wrong with the German race because of what happened in World War II with the Jews. But through his research, he soon found out that it's nothing to do with being German, it's to do with being human. And when people get into these situations, and we've seen things like that anyway in other places. We've seen the genocide in Bosnia, we've seen the genocide in Rwanda, we've seen acts of terrorism around the world. But when people get into this is how Milgram really effectively sums it up. So they are somehow engaged in something from which they cannot liberate themselves. They are locked into a structure and they do not have the skills or inner resources to disengage themselves. It's almost as if a person is hypnotized and they can't break away. They're just conforming and they're losing kind of their individuality. So I'm hoping this video's okay, and I hope that's
The Ash experiment is one of psychology's oldest and most popular pieces of research. A volunteer is told that he's taking part in a visual perception test. What he doesn't know is that the other participants are actors, and he's the only person taking part in a real test, which is actually about group conformity.
The experiment you will be taking part in today involves the perception of line length. Your task will be simply to look at the line here on the left and indicate which of the three lines on the right is equal to it in length. So for example,
the actors have been told to match the wrong lines. The volunteer will be monitored to see if he gives the correct answer or if he goes along with the opinion of the group and gives the wrong answer. In the first test, the correct answer is 2.
1, 1, 1.
Once again, the correct answer is 2.
3.
3. The Ash experiment has been repeated many times, and the results have been supported again and again. We will conform to the group. Again, we're very social creatures. We're very much aware of what people around us think, We want to be right. We don't want to be seen to rock the boat, so we will go along with you. Even if we don't believe what people are saying, we'll still go along.
Group dynamics is one of the most powerful forces in human psychology.
One.
So basically, the point of teaching this kind of stuff and exposing people to this kind of thing is that it gets them to reflect.
Japanese verse or something like that. So it's an idea and a question in the first time. Is that correct?
You're absolutely correct, because you should not just make sweeping statements that all people could travel abroad, you know, I like that. I'm not. When I travel because I want to see the authentic, have an authentic experience in the destination, yeah? And robots, yes, they can't do everything for you. Yeah, so, yeah. Thank you very much. I'm afraid we've run out of time now, so I hope you've enjoyed our presentation. It's completely different from what you used to hear. So.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, when you finish it, if there's someone sitting next to you, have a discussion, always yourself, have a discussion about the way you think that classical autonomy impacts the way you see the world around you. So have a discussion about these questions here, and have a think about, if you answer differently, would you be treated differently by other people? And why is that? And would you have the life experiences that you have now? And would the things you take for granted now, would they be available to you? So have a think about this, maybe have a chat with the person next to you, and discuss how that is, how these things have influenced the outcomes of your life.
To add that looking at this survey, I think mostly, from my opinion, it does not apply to Saudi Arabia as much as other countries like Europe and America, because it's not like a melting pot like you have over there. We don't have lots of ethnicities in our cities or lots of divisions.
But really, because since I've been in Saudi Arabia, I've been on Umrah, so I've been to Mecca and I've been to Medina, and I've noticed that a lot of the people working in shops, and a lot of people working in the markets are not Saudi.
Yes,
Or it's not just about your race, it's about your position in society. And even the people that I've seen, I saw ladies in Medina, they were carrying wheelbarrows, and they were selling things, and the police came and they had to run away with their wheelbarrows and they had to get away. So.
But those areas are considered like public places. But those questions are about where I live or the district that I live in. It's mostly not a public place.
But it's about empathizing with other people. It's about understanding that because of your background, the privileges that you have. So if, for example, you put on here that your parents went to university, this automatically gives you a privilege that other people might not have. So even though I know the questions are kind of general, and I am trying to put in stuff on the UK and relate it and so on, but it is to create that sense of awareness and that understanding of other people, that understanding of where they're from and so on. And understanding that the guy the guy cleaning up around the Kaaba, yeah? Why is he cleaning up? Why aren't you cleaning up around the Kaaba? You know what I mean? It's to get this idea of understanding other people in society, their position and so on. And just trying to see things from another kind of perspective. Does that make sense? Yes. I'll just tell you about rules quickly. Rawls, famous philosopher. So going back to this, Rawls, if you want to have a more in-depth look at him, he suggested that to make a just society or a tolerant society, that you should put yourself in an original position. So you should think about how you would construct society if I don't know that I'm going to be in that society. How can we make society fair when I don't know whether or not, my parents are going to have a university education. I don't know whether I'm going to have any money. I don't know my situation. So we'll suggest thinking about society from a kind of vein of ignorance, where you don't know what your position is going to be, so that you can think about other people and think about being fair to them. And it relates to tolerance, it relates to race and all this kind of thing, because it's just creating this kind of sense of awareness. And there's lots of other sort of social psychology studies that do something similar. So I wanted to today just give you like a taster of those things. That'd be like this. How many minutes have I got? One. Okay, so why did I choose this topic? That's last year was the year of tolerance. It's mentioned quite a lot of times within Saudi Arabia's 2030 vision. For example, for education, so students should believe in tolerance and moderation. However, because of these examples that I've mentioned in the UK, it's all very well saying that we're becoming more tolerant and all this kind of thing, but how exactly do you implement it? How do you ensure that people are tolerant, and how do you ensure that this tolerance is sustained over time? So I think that we need to come up with new approaches, and education initiatives are likely to create a way that we can promote them. If anyone's interested, I've put my leaflets on the table.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. The session will be presented in English and in Arabic, representing the recommendations of the 11th Gulf Education Conference, which had as theme for this year the Fourth Industrial Revolution and the role of education. We're just going to start right now with the recommendations in Arabic, then my colleague David will present the recommendations in English. So, تحتاج جميع أجزاء قطاع التعليم سواء كانت عامة أم خاصة إلى لعب دور متكامل في تشكيل وتمكين المؤسسات والمجتمع المدني من تقديم الثورة الصناعية الرابعة The Fourth Industrial Revolution وتمكين المواطنين من الاستفادة منها، ويشمل ذلك البحث والتدريس والتعلم وخدمة المجتمع. ومن خلال القيام بذلك ستكون الجامعات أكثر فعالية في دعمها لرؤية المملكة 2030. ومن أهم هذه التوصيات التي توصل إليها المؤتمر: أولاً، إدخال إصلاحات على الأنظمة والقوانين واللوائح لتمكين الجامعات من العمل بمزيد من المرونة باعتماد نسب أعلى للدراسة عن بعد وتطوير أساليب التدريس والتقييم الأكثر ملائمة التي تغطي الفعالية الشخصية إضافة إلى التحصيل الدراسي. ثانياً، توفير الميزانيات للجامعات لتطوير البرامج المناسبة وتثبيت التكنولوجيا المناسبة وتدريب أو إعادة تدريب أعضاء هيئة التدريس لاستخدامها بفعالية. ثالثاً، تمكين الطلاب من الجنسين للدراسة المشتركة في الفصول الدراسية. رابعاً، يجب على الجامعات إجراء مراجعة استراتيجية للبرامج لتمكين طلابهم من أن يصبحوا رواد أعمال أو قادة فعالين في القوى العاملة، ويجب أن يشمل ذلك موازنة اكتساب المعرفة الموضوعية وجمع البيانات وتحليلها بالمهارات الشخصية مثل العمل الجماعي والقيادي وتطوير القيم المناسبة. كما ينبغي استشارة أصحاب المصلحة وإشراكهم على أن يشمل ذلك تنفيذ خطة سمارت. يجب أن تتحول الجامعة إلى جامعة رقمية في جميع عملياتها، تطوير وسائل وطرق ومهارات التدريس وربط الأبحاث ببرامج التدريس. يجب أن تسعى الجامعة للعمل بطريقة متعددة التخصصات بالنسبة للبحث والتعليم والتعلم على السواء. يجب التركيز بشكل أكبر على تنمية الإبداع للطلاب وزرع الثقة لتحمل المخاطر والتعلم من المواقف. ينبغي للجامعات إعطاء الأولوية لأهداف الرؤية المستقبلية للمملكة وأهداف التنمية المستدامة للأمم المتحدة عند التخطيط للبحث أو الدورات. يجب أن تنفذ الجامعات طرقاً لتمكين الطلاب من دراسة المناهج الدراسية ذات الصلة بطموحاتهم واحتياجات أصحاب العمل، بدلاً من الالتزام بمتطلبات المقرر الصارمة. ويمكن تحقيق التباينات من خلال مجموعة واسعة من وحدات الخيارات أو المواد المتاحة عبر الإنترنت. ومن أجل تنفيذ الإصلاحات يجب أن تستثمر الجامعات في تطوير القيادة، بما في ذلك إدارة التغيير والتدريب على الاستخدام الفعال لتكنولوجيا المعلومات وغيرها من المهارات التي ستمكن الجامعات من تلبية فرص واحتياجات الثورة الصناعية الرابعة The Fourth Industrial Revolution. ومن أجل تحقيق وتعزيز ثقة الجمهور ينبغي للجامعات ضمان وجود إدارة مرتبطة بالطلاب وسوق العمل. ولتمكين الطلاب من أن يصبحوا مواطنين دوليين والجامعات لتصبح أكثر دولية، ينبغي تعميم التدريس باللغة الإنجليزية في الدراسات الجامعية. وأخيراً، يجب تشجيع الطلاب وتمكينهم ليصبحوا مشاركين نشطين ومبادرين في عملية التعلم، ويجب تشجيعهم على البحث على نطاق واسع عبر وسائل الإعلام المختلفة قبل الدروس، ويجب تقديرهم لأجل المساهمات
takes it down, doesn't it? Right. May I just ask a very practical question before I do this? Looking at the audience, it seems to me that most, if not all of you, would have understood that in Arabic. If there is anybody who did not understand it in Arabic, could they put their hands up? Okay, in which case we will carry on as planned. It's been a great pleasure to be involved in this conference. And what I'm pleased to share with you now is the recommendations of the conference. And they start with an open statement. All parts of the public and private education sector need to play a full part in shaping and enabling enterprises and civil society to deliver, and citizens to benefit from the fourth industrial revolution. This includes research, teaching and learning, and serving society. By doing this, universities will be more effective in their support for the Kingdom's 2030 vision. The most relevant recommendations of this conference are that there should be reforms in regulations to enable universities to operate more flexibly, and university courses should have more scope to include elements which will better prepare students to play an effective role as entrepreneurs and intelligent employees. For example, more distance and online studies, greater use of e-resources relative to books, more appropriate pedagogy and assessment methods which cover personal effectiveness in addition to academic achievement. There should be resources to enable universities to develop appropriate programs, install appropriate technology, train or retrain faculty to use it effectively. And students should be empowered to study in mixed classrooms. Universities should undertake a strategic review of what they need to do differently or better to enable their students to become entrepreneurs or effective employees and leaders in the workforce. This should include balancing the acquisition of subject knowledge and data gathering and analysis with personal skills such as teamwork and leadership and the development of appropriate values. Stakeholders should be consulted and engaged. This should include a smart implementation plan, and the letters SMART stand for specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely. Universities should become more digital in all of their operations, and in brackets that means their administration as well as their teaching. The role of faculty should transition from teacher, in the sense of instructor, to that of facilitator of learning and providing support for students. Their research and teaching should be linked, with each informing the other. Training should be provided to achieve this. Universities should seek to operate in an interdisciplinary way for both research and teaching and learning. More emphasis should be placed on developing creativity and more allowance made for students to take and learn from risks. Universities should prioritize the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals when planning research or courses. Universities should implement ways of enabling students to study curricula which are relevant to their own aspirations and the needs of employers, rather than conforming to strict course requirements. Variations might be achieved through a wider range of option modules or acceptable online material. In order to implement reforms, universities should invest in leadership development, including change management, training in the effective use of IT, and in other skills which will enable universities to meet the opportunities and needs of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. In order to achieve and enhance public confidence, universities should ensure that there is effective and transparent governance of their operations. To enable students to become international citizens and universities to become more internationalized, consideration should be given to more teaching being conducted in the English language. And finally, students should be enthused and enabled to become active and proactive participants in their learning. They should be encouraged to research widely across different media prior to lessons. They should be recognized for voluntary contributions to their university and society.
صاحب السعادة أصحاب السعادة أيها الحضور الكرام، شكرا لكم على الحضور، ونسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يوفق هذا المؤتمر وأن تأخذ توصياته طريقها للتنفيذ. إلا ندعو سعادة مدير الجامعة إلى المنصة لتسليم سعادة الدكتورة بسمة درع تكريمي نظير جهودها في هذا المؤتمر. تفضل يا دكتورة بسمة الزين. كما ندعو سعادة الدكتور سعادة السيد ديفيد لوك to get trophy to as souvenir for his parts in the parts he plays in this conference.
لو سمحتوا ممكن ناخذ صورة جماعية الجميع صورة جماعية بالله. اللي حابب يشاركنا صورة جماعية تفضل بالله.
There is a place here.